bene, abbiamo perso la battaglia ma non abbiamo ancora perso la guerra, quindi ci sarà da divertirsi i prossimi giorni.
Good morning everybody, here we go. Behind me the start and finish line today of stage number 2 of the SPAR Swiss Epic. We go Le Pont to Le Pont, 61 kilometers, and it is 1,950 meters of climbing.
It's always nice to have the jersey, but Vera and Alexis are super strong, so we just do our own race and push what we can, and let's see.
Today we start at 1,800 meters. We move up to La Elbe at 2,545 meters. There, the riders will get to see the glacier for the first time. The Olympic Trail flows off the back of that all the way down, and it's going to be an absolutely incredible today.
We will certainly try to keep it. I think today it's just about managing our time we have, not to risk anything, to keep it safe, and we will see.
Team Torpedo Kenda has that lead of 2 minutes and 11 seconds, but they're going to be chased down. Remember, it's a 5-day stage race. Yesterday was the Queen stage. On tired legs, anything can happen here at stage 2 today. It's going to be massive. We climb right from the get-go, and it's going to be incredible to see who gets out at the top of La Elbe first.
Today it's a little bit hard day after yesterday.
In the women's race, Efficient Infinity SEB SRAM, Alexis Skada and Vera Losa are on fire. Remember, Vera has come second at all 3 of the major Epic Series races this year. Will she take her first overall win at the Epic Series? So it's going to be very, very exciting, not only at the front end, but all the way through the field today. Good luck to all the riders.
My partner in crime is prepare, siamo pronti a spaccare tutto.
Won it 2 times in the Swiss Epic, so I'm not new in this yellow jersey, but it's always exciting to be in there, and yeah, you have to fight every second and every moment and keep the focus on and make no mistakes.
Yeah, I mean, yellow jersey now looks really far from us, but yeah, we keep fighting. Today we can better understand what we can do. Yeah, for sure we have to move, I can say, trying something, and then yeah, everything can happen. You know, it's the second day. We have 4 more ahead, and we'll see.
It's a lot of flat in the final, and we push hard till the end. The rest was quite drama-free, I would call it, and then the drama started. We took a little bit of a wrong turn in the Stratzenwald, and then the group came back to us, and then nobody really wanted to work, and we were like, well, we're not working, we have all the advantage on you girls. And then, yeah, the Torpedo girl just jumped onto a group of men, which obviously is not fair, and it's in the rules that we're not allowed to do that, and we and the buff girls just looked at each other and we were like, what's going on here?
We saw the teams of Efficient Infinity, Vera Losa, Alexis Skada, Rissa Verdun and Janina Bush just coming across the line together. No time gained or lost after day 2 for them.
Yeah, today for me was a hard day. I struggled a little bit, but at the end I can do a good pace. Casey was super strong, so he helped me a lot.
Stage 2 delivered in abundance today in the UCI men's category. Having troubles yesterday, Samuel Porra and Mark Stutzman for Climateers Orbea proved how strong they are as they got away halfway through the first climb and kept their lead all the way to the finish.
Yesterday we had also good legs, but the luck was not on our side. So the plan for today was to go in the first climb, or to push as hard as possible. We do our own pace. We can go solo from the second part of the first climb, and there we go with our own pace without overtaking.
Fabian Robertsson looking so good with KC South today. They minimize the damage. They stay on top of the general classification. Well done again to Nicholas and Lorenzo Samprisi. One more time, they won the sprint to the finish. They move up to second overall on the general classification.
We are super happy about the stage win.
And it's good morning and welcome back to the 2025 SPAR Swiss Epic, stage 3 of 5. This morning we're bringing you the action from the Swiss Alps in Graubünden. I am Neil Gardner, and joining me in the booth today is Max Kleur, and from out in the field, Dario Linder with his insightful knowledge of the trails, being from this region. We've already seen 2 epic alpine stages, and for now, for the first time in the race's history, we're watching the clock. It's the stage 3, the team time trial, a true test of the riders set against Switzerland's most breathtaking backdrops. We'll see murky turquoise lakes, high alpine descents, lush forests, steep climbs. Stay with us. We're tracking each team's hunt for glory and for time games, and how these efforts will rewrite the general classification and history heading into the midway point of the race. Max, looking at those pictures, as much of a pleasure it is to be here calling the action with you, looking at the videos, don't you wish you were out there on the course? Pure alpine mountain biking heaven.
Good morning, everybody. Absolutely, Neil. And we go into stage 3 and the time trial stage. The first time ever we've had a time trial at the SPAR Swiss Epic. And just look at these views. Absolutely beautiful. Remember, yesterday afternoon we had a bit of a thunderstorm here at La Punt. Some good rain falling. Pretty good for the trails, actually. Gets rid of a lot of the dust. And we'll hear from Dario a little bit later today on how that is under the bike wheel. And that's going to be very important to see how that looks.
And how that looks today is a first in SPAR Swiss Epic race history. A high altitude team time trial starting at 2,305 meters on the spectacular Bernina Pass. Glaciers, alpine lakes, and the Piz Bernina itself as the backdrop. 55 Ks against the clock, 1,200 meters of climbing, 1,800 meters of descent. They will race past the milky turquoise sheen of Lago Bianco, and then plunge into a descent towards Morteratsch and flow through the dense alpine forest before the final climb. It's about balancing power, efficiency, aerodynamics, teamwork, all of those things that make up a successful campaign at the SPAR Swiss Epic and mountain biking in general. No racing tactics today, nowhere to hide. Today could truly redefine the general classification. 55 Ks. Highest point, 2,305 meters.
So let's take a look at the start list. What does it look like? Apparently, Schmidt and Flückinger, our defending champions from Bix Performance, are out of the racing. Jan Schmidt having some issues with his health, and they've decided that discretion is the better part of valor, and they will step down from the race this year. So our defending champions are out. Alleman and Stasek, that's Wout Alleman and Martin Stasek. That is the Buff Megamo team. They've had a terrible first 2 days. Remember, they won the Abscape Epic time trial this year in 2025, so they could be dangerous. It's going to be interesting to see what happens at the top end of the racing. Our top 10 riders will be going out at about 20 to 9 this morning. The first time trials going out at 8 o'clock. A 1 minute gap between all our UCN men starts until we get through to the top 10 riders. Holding on to the lead though, it is Fabian Rabensteiner and Casey South, and they are the Torpedo Kenda team. They are the team that will be tracking and racing their lights out today. Let's get to the start line and have a look at some of the starts. So on the start gate now, the team from KMC Cyclists, Robin Feckart and Bas Luca de Vries, as they get out onto the 55-kilometer time trial. Remember, they start at the highest point at Bernina Pass, 2,305 meters. Here's a look at some of the racing on the trail with the Bulls Media bikes.
And the Bulls Media e-bikes are truly giving us the best view in the house. Right there on the trails, you can get an idea of exactly how rough they are, how varied they are. And that's truly what the SPAR Swiss Epic is all about, is about the variety of trails. We see some rough trails, we see those beautiful flow trails, the hand-carved flow trails, and it is truly a test of any mountain biker being able to handle themselves on such a variety of terrain.
We get across to our next team now, and that, of course, is Team 12. That is the team of Engadin Lapunt. So Fadri Barendon and Mika Klotzli, both from Switzerland. Fadri is an epic legend, so they under starters orders, off they go. Remember, 1 minute between each of the riders, the teams, as they go out onto the race of truth today. The beautiful Bernina Pass in the background, and back to the racing, Neil.
A fantastic day out. It's quite clear skies at the moment. We predicted a little bit of weather today, but we're right down on the line in La Punt, and it's around about 14 degrees. And in a moment, we'll be able to hear exactly what Dario is experiencing up above, and he'll have some really insightful comments about how yesterday's rain has affected the trail surfaces. But we are right here with none other than the yellow jerseys.
So let's have a look and see what is going on here. Is this the official race yellow jersey, or is this just a team wearing yellow jerseys? And I think they're trying to fox us here. A little bit of a what do they call it? A herring.
It's a red herring.
They've thrown a red herring at us, Neil.
A quick glance would think that it was the yellow jerseys, but in fact they have yet to start. The team of Torpedo Kenda FSA, Rabensteiner and Casey South, will be starting a little bit later, and with some big challenges coming from Klimatiza Orbia. They had a fantastic day out yesterday. The pairing of Stutzman and Poro absolutely on the charge. Disappointing first day for them. They struggled with mechanicals. They had a puncture, and then almost immediately afterwards broke the rear wheel. Samuel Poro broke his rear wheel, losing almost 7 minutes, but making back 2 minutes. And now overall, they are moving back into contention. Not quite in the podium position yet, but looking very dangerous. Touted as one of the favorites, Klimatiza Orbia, Samuel Poro and Mark Stutzman. They're going to be aiming to make good today. Buff Megamo, a little bit of a disappointing performance from them yesterday. They have struggled with this week, and we will expect to see greater things from them throughout in the remainder of the week, and especially today plays into their strengths.
Pierre Billard going out now with Thierry Dupras, the Hexa Tri team, and they get at it. The two French riders, both epic legends, and they get out straight onto the course. And so nice to see the graphics coming up, and just look at the vista. Absolutely incredible. The single track looks absolutely fantastic. Moving through the shadows, it's still early morning here. Remember the rain last night. The riders just trying to find their way. A lot of adrenaline going through. You know, Neil, you're on the start line. You know you're getting hunted. You also want to start doing some hunting. And you know that a minute is a minute. It seems like a long time, but it's easy to make up if you make mistakes. Here they are, the team we discussed earlier, Neil.
Buff Megamo's Wout Alleman and Martin Stozek, decorated riders in their own right. You can see there, it's great to see the national championships jerseys in for each of them. The champion of Belgium and the Czech champion Martin Stozek. And very soon we will crossing down to the line for some interviews where Dario was at the top of the course today.
Nico Samparisi, that must be a perfect stage for the Samparisi brothers. Full attack mode from the beginning.
Yes, today for me is the most important stage for this year. It's so difficult. I see push hard to the start, and I think these days they see the general classification.
Yeah. Do you know the stage? Because the beginning is like a flow trail with a lot of rocks in it.
Yes, I see the track during the training camp in Livigno. I know this track because it's near my house. I'm really happy.
Yeah. So you got a special thing. You're always in the lead, and your brother follows you. Or what's the plan for today?
No, probably I push in front for more time, but I can see Lorenzo really good. I think the most important stage.
Hey, have a good one, Samparisi brothers. We see you in La Pont.
All right, it's interesting to see there Dario chatting with Nicholas and Lorenzo Samparisi, his brother, just behind him. Lorenzo Samparisi said that this was the stage he feared most because he is slight in build and he will be sitting behind on his brother's coattails.
Well, often you could say the stronger rider relies on their firepower, but it's difficult to say with the Samparisi brothers. They've been so evenly matched, and their communication is so good. Obviously, being brothers, they know each other very well, and they know each other's strengths and weaknesses. So that can only play to their favors, and it's important for any team to come into a race like this, to a stage like this, with a positive attitude. Really, they need to be playing to their strengths, and they have plenty of them. We saw them rise to stardom, you could say, in mountain bike stage racing last year, 2024 SPAR Swiss Epic. They won the first stage, pulled on those leaders' jerseys, the yellow jerseys, and suddenly the world took notice of the Samparisi pairing.
Yeah, they are fierce competitors, very passionate, the Italians, as we see Sven Kirk and Glenn Butkoffer going out now for the Scott Davos mountain bike project team. And you can just see, having a look at the trail here, Neil, there's a lot of moving and shaking going on. The riders trying to pick their way through the puzzle, as it were, right next to those beautiful turquoise lake waters. And the e-bike with the media team on just staying in check and also having to do the work. And we talk about the e-bikes and just how heavy the packs are that they've got to carry, so they just do such an incredible job for us, don't they?
Well, they put themselves on the line for sure, and that's all to bring us the most exciting pictures and almost an unprecedented feat, you could say, being able to bring this sport to the world.
All right. So Trincheri now and Stefano Gerbas, the Italian bike busters. And we speak about the Italians, Neil. I mean, we're looking at the top 20. I think we've got 13 Italians in the top 20 at the moment in the men's. It's crazy.
And so many of them at such a high level, and a real bike racing culture in Italy for, you could say, a century. Certainly on the road and moving definitely into mountain bike racing and mountain bike stage racing. The longhand discipline, very popular among the Italians. And there's some beautiful scenery in Italy, and also they certainly love the scenery and the trails here in Switzerland, the best in the world. As we see the riders heading down some of the technical trails here. They're not able to push full gas, so it's as much a test of skill today as it is for firepower. We often see road time trials as really just raw power and metering out, rolling out that red carpet, they say, rolling out the carpet and making sure that their efforts they're absolutely at the limit at the finish. But it's not quite as straightforward in terms of being a time trial here in mountain bike stage racing. It's quite unique, in fact.
Absolutely, as we see Team 27 getting out now, one of the KTM teams, and that is Anton Sinsov and Roman Fantigato. KTM SPAR powered by Bernina Brakes. That is the backup team to the Samprisi brothers. And I think, Neil, also, you know, when you're going into a time trial, there's a mental shift, you know, in the brain, where you now have to understand that tactics become totally different and communication is key.
Communication is certainly key, and also measuring the efforts. Can't rest for a minute. So there's a certain amount of tension, a bit of anxiety in that you're never quite doing enough and just pushing just absolutely to the limit. That's what it's all about in time trials, is getting the most out of your body and of your skills and, of course, of your partner as well. So quite unique in this in the sport here, where it's a test of skill as much as it is of the firepower.
All right, here we go. And legend of the Epic Series, Urs Huber, multiple stage winner and winner of the Absa Cape Epic, along with Carl Platt, and he's riding with Axel Rodel Cortinat. So let's see how they go today. Remember, they'll always save one good day in the bank, and that could be the grand finale.
We saw them at the grand finale at the 2025 Absa Cape Epic. Impressive performance from them. Urs Huber, a well-known campaigner. And in fact, Carl Platt's final victory, his fifth victory, was with Urs Huber at the 2016 event. The Absa Cape Epic being the pinnacle of the Epic Series, where riders get a chance to really just sample the very best, the essence of mountain biking all around the world. And with the likes of the Four Islands Epic, the Andorra Epic, and the SPAR Swiss Epic, all part of the Epic Legend series of races. And completing all of these races, or 3 out of the 4, of course, the Absa Cape Epic is compulsory to gain Epic Legend status. And Urs Huber is exactly that.
So we see Axel in the national champions jersey of France, and Axel very, very powerful. Who can forget Urs's grand finale win at the 2024 Absa Cape Epic, when they came in for the win at the biggest stage of all, the grand finale of the Absa Cape Epic.
It's a stage that you always want to win. We see in the Tour de France, it's a prestigious stage to win. But in fact, any stage at any of these Epic Series races is important. You can see how thrilled, even for a third spot on that podium, it's a big honor to be standing with the world's best. As we see, we could say this is really the world's best scenery. Imagine riding this out on the trails. If your job wasn't to win this race, or to put down maximum power and use your skills to the fullest, could be enjoying this beautiful scenery. Trails are open to all, but today it's all business for the top UCI professional riders.
What a thrill to be able to sit here and just watch the action unfold. And certainly Graubünden, known as the home of trails, over 17,000 kilometers of trails in this area. Isn't that phenomenal?
And that's why it's a destination worldwide for mountain bikers, as they will no doubt be watching this and just thinking, booking their trips, booking the hotels, and packing their bikes, ready to tackle these absolutely stunning trails.
Starting to make our way down now towards our top 10 on the general classification, as some of the local livestock look on in amazement and see the riders just whizzing past them. Here we have a look at some of the splits at the 11 kilometer mark. Kraus and Collar fastest at the moment at 22.08. Warren and Blanc doing well there, 17 seconds off. Nice to see Noah Warren here. He's done all of the Epic Series races this year, the American. So here's a look at the splits on the top 10 at the moment at the 11 kilometer mark.
Great to see Hans Becking out there riding with the Black Mamba team, the Buff Megaba Black Mamba team. Fantastic to see the legend himself out on the trails. Michael Holland and Bochacha from the Austrian team.
Nice to see. We're going to see a lot of this little piece. We've got the obviously drone up in the air giving us these visuals, and this is that first kilometer of racing. So important to just calm the nerves, tick the boxes, go through the process. That is so important.
It's so tempting to go out full gas from the blocks, but important to measure the efforts. In a moment, we're going to be talking to Dario, who's out there on the trails. He'll be telling us a little bit about what the overnight rains did to the surfaces.
So live here from the Bernina Pass, and I'm talking about the trail conditions. So yesterday afternoon I went down the trail. it was so slippery because it was really dry during the whole trek. So a lot of dust on top of it, and then later in the evening it was a lot of hail, a lot of rain, and now it's not that dusty anymore. It's more grippy. That was perfect. That was really perfect for the whole trail. The trail starts here. We go around the lake first, around the White Lake, and then the Black Lake, sorry about that. But it sounds like a downhill stage today, especially the beginning of it, but it's definitely something else. So it's flat, you have to push all the time. There are two real steep uphills right in between, but you have to take care a lot of sharp rocks right in the middle of the perfect line. So the riders have to take care on that stage. They have to push each other really hard, and yeah, always look forward. Take care of the cows, take care of the stones, of the rocks, of the uphills everywhere. But as I said before, it was perfect that we had some rain overnight to make it really grippy, and just perfect conditions up here. And with a backdrop like that, it couldn't be better, no? Back to you, Neil.
Well, what a job Dario has. He took his bike out yesterday evening and tried out these very trails, getting a real sense of what they're like, and came back with his eyes wide saying it's really a good thing that it rained. And we heard right there from him just what kind of an influence the conditions out there play on the racing and also on the trails, and how the grip changes. I always find that interesting, how when it gets a little bit wet, you can just push a little bit harder through those corners. So the riders will be fully aware of that. Being professionals, they'll know exactly what kind of influence the conditions have on the trails, and it's unlikely to play a major role in the changes of the general classification. It will be all about firepower and keeping their wits together and keeping their head really is what it's all about, and putting maximum effort towards the end. The idea of a time trial is by the finish you should be absolutely exhausted, but not before.
Absolutely, you want to empty the tank completely, but you want to time it perfectly. You've got to get across that finish line, and remember, you've got to get across that finish line as a team. We're into the top 10 men on the start line now, and the gap now 1.5 minutes between the top 10 men as they make their way into the time trial course here this morning.
And very soon we'll be seeing Chiarini and Rosa heading off from the team of Cannondale ISB Sport, followed by Scott Racing, Toos Fakoli and Bieli.
So here we have him. It is Gushka, the winner of the Andorra Epic with Mark Stutzman. The Klimatiza Orbea team racing with Perez Martinez. They had an exceptional day yesterday. They played their role perfectly as the second team to Samuel Porro and Mark Stutzman, and they managed their effort perfectly. Today, they could have a good time trial.
Let's talk a little bit about the backup teams. We've seen a few teams have brought their backup teams. The famous riders, the ones that we always see their names in lights. And spare a thought for the backup teams. They're in reserve really in case anything goes wrong with you could say, team number one. So Stutzman and Samuel Porro have a backup plan. If they break a wheel, they have the ability to rely on their backup team, but not today, because of course the backup team is starting in front of them. So it's unsure. Sometimes it would be tactics should say that they should wait and allow their first team to overtake them, so they could be in support. But we'll see how that plays out. That's how it plays out in a normal traditional stage, but today is very different. This is a time trial stage, the first in the race's history, and it'll play a role. And we were talking about them earlier: Cannondale ISB Sport, Chiarini and Diego Rosa.
It's also a reverse position for the Scott team there, Neil, because Scott Racing 2 goes out before Scott Racing 1. So nice to see that both of those teams having two teams inside the top 10. That's a massive advantage on a stage race situation like this. Cannondale ISP, these guys are such good clients of the Epic Series. We see them at all our races. They're passionate, Spanish background, and they know how to ride bicycles.
And just the professionalism of the team support of many of these teams that arrive. And we could cast our minds back to the Absa Cape Epic in the 2000s and the 2010s, just the level that the Bulls team brought to the sport. and then the Specialized Factory Racing team, of course, won up that, and there was just an incredible professionalism of the sport and of the support that the riders get from the crew. We see the riders performing beautifully out there, but spare another thought for the backup crew, the soigneurs, the massage people, and of course some of them bring their own chefs. Some of them are out on the course, making sure that they have all the technical support they need, not out on the course, but only in the designated areas. But it's all important that the riders have their machines all running perfectly, and there is a dedicated mechanic, often per rider, in these highly professional support crews.
It's such an important part of the ecosystem that is the Epic Series, and I think it's a very special ecosystem. You know, we talk about the riders, the teams, the managers, the media. There's so much going on, and I was lucky enough to have a chat with Vincent Durant last night, and obviously he's been in the game forever. He's been a soigneur. He's now the team manager for the Bulls team. He was there in 2004 at the very first Cape Epic. That was the one that Mani Heymans won with Carl Platt. Carl Platt then, I think, on the Rocky Mountain machine. He moved over to the Bulls machine a little bit later. But so good just to experience their viewpoint on how things work, and also the consistency. And one of the big things he brought up last night, which for me was very good, was the biggest difference between an amateur rider in the Pro-Am racing against a professional rider is the consistency of the form of the professional riders, keeping their consistency throughout the year.
Exactly, Max, and it's important as a professional to be on form for as long as you possibly can, and then to target certain races. So they'll have peaks throughout their campaign throughout the year, because it's absolutely impossible to stay completely at the top of the form. But to win a race like the SPAR Swiss Epic, you absolutely have to be on your game. There's no slacking, and it depends on where the riders are in their training program. If they've done a big block, they obviously won't be able to come and be completely fresh for the SPAR Swiss Epic. It's important that they apply all of the training science, the latest training science, to be absolutely on form for a race as competitive as the SPAR Swiss Epic.
Very cool here, Neil, to have a look at Montebello, 15.5 kilometers in, and the team of Buff, Megamo, Black Mamba, Hans Becking and Daniel Candegor having a great ride. Here we go, Neil.
Also having a great ride throughout the week. They had a disappointing day on stage 1, losing 7 minutes with their mechanical, but the Klima Teaser Orbia team are firing. They had a fantastic day yesterday. They really looked like they were in charge of the race. They left the yellow jersey wearers on the back foot. Fabian Rabensteiner and Casey South had to defend their leads, and they were out on their own chasing after the pairing of Mark Stutzman and Samuel Pora, the experienced campaigners. And we're just looking at some of the time checks. The American rider, very good performances from these riders, but of course we're still waiting for the top team, so we're reserve judgment as to how the race is unfolding until we see the last team passing through that 11-kilometer mark. Only then will we know who's on form. A very big clue as to how the race will fold out. We're not yet on the major climbing section of the course. This time check section will be more a test of their skills, and also of how many risks they're taking on their way down this section of the trail.
So Stutzman and Poro 5th overall on the GC, moving up overnight with that incredible stage win, 5 minutes 37 off the leaders. So that's a lot of time to make up, and they're certainly going to be biting away at that and edging away at that over the next 3 days as we make our way to the finish at Davos stage 5. Here we go. Team number 10, Nikola Tafarel, Diego Arias. Nikola Tafarel, winner of the Croatia 4 Islands Epic in 2024. A great combination. They were in Croatia earlier this year as well. Diego, unfortunately, falling and getting a big injury to the right elbow. They had to then discard and pull out of the racing. But these two are such a great combination. They've got a good atmosphere between them, and they're good friends. Diego, obviously, lots of experience. Nicola, lots of power, and he just loves to ride a bike. Always a big smile when I see him in the morning. Gives me a fist pump. Diego, obviously conservative and really just tipping boxes all the time. You can see the rings around Diego's arms on the outside. Those look like the rings of Colombia, so national champ of Colombia. And Diego, just such a weapon and such a good teammate to have on an event like this.
Just been looking at the Colombian. He's 37 years old, so certainly a lot of experience there. And it is great to see those national champions, even the former national champions, so many of them lining up at this year's race. Truly stacked field and highly competitive field at the SPAR Swiss Epic in 2025. Ready to go.
So you'll see a little bit more of a delay now with that 90 seconds between the starts here and for the elite men. And that just gives them a little bit more time on the trail. It means that they've got to make up 90 seconds to pass, and the people behind them also have to make up 90 seconds to catch them. But you can see that white-knuckle death grip, I call it, on the handlebars just before they go. The anxiety is there. Taffarel getting counted down by the UCI commissaire, and Taffarel is all business this morning. Look at him working those handlebars into the single track as quickly as possible. Nice little stream on the first 100 meters just to get the feet wet. It must be nice and cold up there after the rain last night, Neil.
Yeah, the rain last night did play a role with changing these trails from dusty to firm and just a little bit grippier. And this section of the trails will make a difference. Just takes a bit of the edge off, and arguably you could say it makes it safer. It's counterintuitive, but a little bit of rain does help with the trails as the multiple Colombian champion heads down the trails with his Italian partner, Nicola Taffarel, the 26-year-old and the 37-year-old, heading down and looking to make good on their campaign this year at the SPAR Swiss Epic. The winner of the Four Islands, Croatia, in 2024, and several World Cups between them, and it looks like they are on good form. The Swiss riders Lilo and Kuhn, they had a great showing on the early parts of stage one, and of course all hell breaks loose, you could say, as the Queen stage really went underway, and good performance from them at the beginning, and we hope to see them move up the leaderboards today. Popular pair, this two, obviously being the locals.
Some local traffic on the route as we go down to Lorenzo and Nicholas Samprezi. KTM spotter powered by Brenta brakes. They sit on the general classification at the moment in second place after two third-place sprint finishes in the first two stages.
Well, Samprezis really race with their hearts. We've seen them absolutely cunning it on those sprint finishes, and from the stage one in 2024 they took all the risks they could to take that victory, and in fact on stage two as well they were sprinting for a spot on the podium. A fantastic performance taking that spot on the podium, and today is a different kind of race for them. It's a time trial, and they've got to be highly conscious of their efforts all the way through. They've got to measure their efforts and put down the power where it really counts. And there's that climb, that steep climb that they have near St. Moritz. It's an important climb to save a little bit in the tank for them, because they could lose 30 seconds or more if they are in the red before they hit the bottom of the climb.
The cows just going about their business as they do, but here we have them, the Chiavita leaders jerseys, Neil.
Well, this is the team of the moment, Fabian Rabensteiner and Casey South. Casey South is wearing the yellow jersey, but underneath that yellow jersey, figuratively you could say, is the national championship jersey of Switzerland. Casey South, the current Swiss champion, riding with multiple Italian champion Fabian Rabensteiner, and in fact former European champion. So decorated riders all round for the yellow jersey wearers, and the experienced Fabian Rabensteiner, an epic legend himself, and Casey South, who's finished multiple SPAR Swiss Epics, second in 2019 and leading the race in 2025. Torpedo Kenda FSA head down the trails. The last riders from the UCI men's category have started, and the race is underway. We'll be looking at that 11-kilometer time check. Can't wait to see how the riders are faring. They'll reach there in around about 20 minutes or so. Not quite sure exactly. We haven't got exact time check predictions as to when they will reach that point, but you can see they're going full gas. Rabensteiner leading Casey South down these trails.
Rabensteiner also a 2-times winner of the SPAR Swiss Epic. He knows what it's like to be at the front. He knows the pressure that the yellow jersey puts on his shoulders. But when you chat to him, he's very unassuming, very humble, but super calculating. He's a guy that loves to play with equipment, loves to see what he's doing to the bike. And Neil, it'll be interesting today to speak to the athletes after the race to see what changes they have made. Are they running thinner tires? What pressure are they running? Have they done anything to the cockpit setup on the bikes as well? So going to be very interesting to find that out, and we'll hopefully be able to pick that up in some of the images as our yellow jerseys make their way onto the 55 kilometers.
Well, being a relatively new discipline to mountain bike stage racing, the time trial, especially the long time trial, we've seen the prologue at the Absa Cape Epic. The riders do make subtle changes to their bikes, but for such a long stage, conventional wisdom would say they should more or less keep their setup the same. Of course, there might be some certain touches, a few tweaks here and there, but riding over 50 kilometers means that ideally they would ride their bikes in exactly the same setup. We've heard from the road riders how long it takes to get used to their time trial bikes. That is a completely different riding position. They're in the drops, they're in the time trial bars, they're sitting a little bit further forward than they would normally on their road bikes. But for the mountain bikers, they have to ride the same bike. So maybe a few tweaks, maybe the handlebars are a little bit lower. But for these riders, especially performing at this level, they will be super reluctant to change any of their adjustments, any of their saddle heights or their handlebar heights, because 1 millimeter even just a millimeter makes a big difference. And the last thing that they want would be to cause any injuries or any difficulties that might affect them throughout the rest of the week.
On board with the Samprizi brothers now, the Bulls media bike following them, and they're obviously in second place on the GC overall. Remember, we always talk about distance, we always talk about how much vertical gain there is, but what's also amazing is that today they dropped 600 vertical meters. So that is quite exciting. It's not all downhill, but there's a lot of downhill.
Yeah, that's the net loss, and significant in the day, and we just saw there Lilo and Koen heading down that tricky section. It was just a bit loose. You heard Dario talk about how the loose trails have firmed up with the rain, but just from the angle of the bikes and the squirming of the tires, how they are absolutely on full gas through this section, taking no prisoners, the Swiss pairing. We know that Koen is a cyclocross rider. He's been Swiss champion of the cyclocross discipline, so bike handling skills on point, and he definitely knows how to handle a bike. Maybe not a mountain bike at the very highest level, but he's certainly making good and showing that these skills from cyclocross definitely transfer onto the mountain bike.
Yeah, you definitely don't want vertigo when you're following the trails like this. We're going to cut now down to an interview with our Cannondale ISB women and chat and see what they've been up to in the last 2 days. It's been a difficult 2 days for them. Let's see what they've got to say.
Tessa, isn't it a beautiful place, especially for a warm-up?
Sun is shining, the sky is blue. It's a beautiful day, yeah.
And there's a beautiful trail ahead of you. Do you know that one?
I don't know it, but looking forward to see it.
Yeah, great. So, which is your favorite stage? This is a special one. It's a time trial. Do you like things like that?
I really like time trial. And they say it doesn't look that easy as it looks on the map, as it looks like mostly downhill, but for sure it won't be like that. So yeah, I like to do a time trial and see how I feel today, and if we can push hard and try to win a bit time back that we lost the past days.
So thank you. Enjoy it. Enjoy the ride. Have a good one.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Max, an interesting point that she brought out there is that she hasn't seen this trail, and with such an important stage, that could mean that the advantage will be to the local riders, both in the men's and women's categories, that the local riders who have actually tackled this trail will know exactly where all the corners are, where to watch out, where to push hard. And of course, Tessa Kortekas, Monica Calderon, an established team pairing, they race all over the world, and their schedule is pretty full, so they do not, it's just not within their realm or not within their schedule to come and do a full time trial recce of this course. So again, the advantage is definitely with the local riders.
Yeah, it's so important to manage your effort, and we know that they won the time trial at the Absa Cape Epic earlier this year. Very strong, or actually I think they were second I'm not sure. It might have been Annika Langfeld and Sofia Gomez-Villafan, but I do think they had a really good time trial there, and they were so strong in the latter stages of the Absa Cape Epic this year, winning the last two stages. But Tess is very calculating. She comes from an Ironman background. She knows about time trial. She knows about setup. She knows about putting herself in the hurt box. Let's get back to the leaders here.
Well, we're here with Fabian Rabensteiner and Casey South as they head down this section of the trail. I wouldn't say they look like they're pushing too hard, but that probably is just the sheer professionalism and their abilities to handle trails. You could say that a local lad would be Casey South. It's highly likely that he knows this trail like the back of his hand, just looking down at that time check. Urs Huber and Rudil Cortina are having a storming day out. Alaman Stozek, you could say they would be disappointed with that result as we go down the list to the all-Swiss pairing, Gehrig and Butikofer, and Barendun and Klutzli over a minute back.
Looking at the stage, UCI men as they go through Prasaris at 22 kilometers. It is the SPAR team. SPAR, of course, our title sponsor here at the SPAR Swiss Epic, doing such an incredible job looking after the athletes, getting that nutrition back into their bodies, all sorts of goodies and tasty delights for the athletes at every aid station, at the finish line every day. They are absolutely incredible, and they really get involved. But Flavio Knaus and Aaron Imhoff are leading as they go through that checkpoint. They went through at 46:28, and now we see a new leader. Lucas Koller and Luis Kraus go through now in 46 minutes on the dot. So they are the fastest team through the 22 kilometer at the moment. Let's have a look at the 15 kilometer now. We see that the big guns coming through shortly. That 11 kilometer, as we spoke about, Bulls in 1, Buff Megabo in 2, and Anton Sitsov and Raman Fantiato, the backup team for KTM Sparta, powered by Brenta Brakes, are in 3rd place. So less than 40 seconds in the top 3 through that first checkpoint at the moment.
That's the time check. That's the time check. We're all looking at the 11-kilometer time check, and very soon we'll be seeing the top teams come through. That time set by the Bulls, 20 minutes and 40 seconds, with Buff Megamo 24 seconds back off that. We'll see that shift up quite significantly as the best teams in the race head through that section. We'll be looking very carefully to see just how well Klimatiza Orbia are going to fare at that time check. Stutzman and Pora, fantastic day out yesterday. One hopes that they didn't go too deep and suffer for it today, because they still have 5 minutes to gain on Torpedo Kenda. They look like the strongest team in the race when we saw their performance yesterday, but the experience of Fabian Rabensteiner, the way that he paces himself throughout the week, he always seems to come good in the latter part, and he'll be guiding Casey South, the younger, and perhaps you could say it with local knowledge. It could be the absolutely ideal pairing with the experience of the Italian riding with Casey South, the man with probably the most knowledge of these trails in the whole field.
100% agree with you. Casey South, you can see he's a unit, and going into the fast flats in those last sort of 5 to 8 kilometers of the racing today, he's going to certainly be putting the power down, and you can expect to see him in the front. We're going to go and have an interview now with the Buff Megamo team, Rissa van Duren and Jonina Wurst. They took a good day yesterday, coming across the line in 2nd place. They sit 2nd on the general classification.
So Janine, wir fangen mal mit Schweizerdeutsch an, oder? Wenn wir schon da oben auf dem schönen Bernina Pass sind. Das ist einer der schönsten Starts, die es wahrscheinlich gibt, oder?
Ja, es ist mega cool. Eine wunderschöne Kulisse, wo wir raufgefahren sind. Meine Teamkollegin aus Holland ist fast ausgeflippt. Ja, kannst einfach geniessen.
Yeah, so your teammate went crazy on the way up because the landscape is so beautiful. Let's talk about racing. So what is it, 4 minutes 20 in the general classification?
Yeah, like something like about this.
Okay, and today time trialing down this Bernina Pass. That's probably a good one for you, no?
Yeah, I know quite good downhill, and then the second part will be hard, but we give our best, and let's see if we can make a bit of time.
Yeah, that's probably the plan today, to make a lot of time or not?
Yeah, I mean, we know Vera and Alexis are super strong, and also the the other girls, so we give our best. If we can make time, will be super nice, but the other have also a lot of power.
Okay, hey, dann genieß es da auf dem Abendweg, gibst alles und viel Spaß.
Danke vielmals, werde ich machen.
All right, thank you, Janina. Thank you, Dario. Nice smile for the camera. She really does love riding her bike, doesn't she?
Well, you don't need to understand Swiss German to understand what mega cool means, and she's certainly looking forward to the day. And even though she rides these trails often, it doesn't get boring.
Time check now for you, just going on towards 10 minutes past 9 in the morning. We've got the start of our master men leaders, Kalle Freiberg and Karl Platt. They are going at 9:12 this morning. Karl Platt, of course, the most winningest, I think winningest is a word, rider in the Epic Series history, and it's going to be really good to see how they go today. Back on board now. Let's have a look and see what's happening. Just switching between some of the camera angles as we get into the racing. Here's a look at 15.5 kilometers.
Well, Alleman and Stozek are having a good day out, a better day out than we've seen them in the past couple of days, and just keeping an eye on that 15-kilometer mark to see how well the riders are faring. Hopefully we'll get a chance to see how Bulls went through that, or what the time check will be at that 15-kilometer mark. But at the 11-kilometer mark, it seems that the giant factory off-road team, Lilo and Kuhn, are 11 seconds faster than the Bulls through that time check. Still many riders to go through that time check, including the top riders on overall general classification, but it gives us an idea of who's setting the pace and what kind of times we can expect to see these top riders. 15 kilometers to go. We still expect to see the top 5 teams to go through that time check. 11 kilometers, that's what I'm looking at, Max.
Looking at an average speed there, Neil, it looks like they're doing about 30 kilometers an hour, which is very, very impressive because we know there's a lot of downhill. We've got a big climb coming up towards St. Moritz, but on these conditions, 30 kilometers an hour, impressive.
Yes, exactly. Just slightly faster than 30 kilometers an hour, but it's on a mountain bike, that's no mean task to be riding at those speeds, especially with these tricky trails. It's not about just letting the brakes go and head full gas. Every single corner needs the perfect weight of braking so as not to break traction, and also to give themselves a little bit of time to get around those tricky, tight corners.
We see the start there of Team Sporthouse Racing Team in the A batch for the men. Remember, the A batch men go in between the UCI men and the UCI women. The UCI women will be starting shortly, so not too far away from that, as we'll see them come into the mix a little bit later. But they should be starting at 9:13 this morning.
4 minutes or so, we'll see the first UCI women's teams heading off. At the moment, we're watching the Klimateaser Orbia 2 team. This is the backup team. They are unusually riding ahead of their first team, their team number 1, the protected team, you could say. And it looks like they're really pushing quite hard. In a moment, we'll be crossing down to Dario to chat to the athletes.
We go across now to chat with our Tapado women's team on the start line. They took the stage win yesterday, and they will be looking to get at it this morning.
Katarzyna, there was a stage win yesterday. You're going for another one today?
Yeah, today it's a little bit favori for us because it's chrono and pushing a lot. In the final, a little bit have uphill, but yes, today push a lot and looked.
Yeah, try to get a win. Giorgio, which is your favorite part today? Is it the beginning with the downhill, the flowy part, or the last part with the uphill?
I prefer the first and the last part. In this part we push all our watt, and in the uphill we take our rhythm, and let's see what happens.
Yeah, probably another stage win. Who knows? Have a good one. Thank you very much. Thank you.
And there they are, resplendent in their Masters leader jerseys. Kalle Friberg and Karl Platt, 5-time winner of the Cape Epic. Board number 341, the German, enjoys and soaks it all up. He still is racing at the sharp edge, but always makes sure he enjoys every single moment of it.
It's always such a pleasure to chat with Karl. He's always so happy, always so upbeat. He's a master of his craft, and he certainly is just such a great ambassador for the sport of mountain bike marathon around the world. Such an icon, so good with everybody, takes time to speak to everybody. Him and Kalle have really put together a really good relationship. We see that they get to all of the Epic Series races, and they really get their work cut out for them in the Masters category. But again, you know, just so much experience, a master tactician. Kalle just learning it and like a sponge, just soaking up all that information from Karl. Karl will know how to pace himself today. He'll know this region really well, and he'll know when to put down the gas, as he says.
Karl Platt really set the standard for mountain bike stage racing, and especially well known for, and it's not his only superpower, but very well known for his ability to manage disaster. So covering vast distances over vastly different terrain at high speed and on the limit, accidents happen, mechanicals happen, and it's the ability of the rider to manage that, because they're out in the field, there's no backup car behind them, there is no mechanic nearby. It's up to the rider to repair the problem, and they have to almost have the level of a trauma surgeon, the precision to not only diagnose the issue, which can be completely often not immediately apparent, diagnose the situation or the issue, and then go immediately to fix mode, to repair mode, and to deal with it. And we've seen some lightning fast repairs that would make even the world's best mechanics very impressed. It's about the ability to manage that disaster, control the damage, and reduce the time loss. The start list. The defending champions from 2024, dominant last year, Calderon and Cortacas, not so much this year. The charge coming from Loza and Skada, the Namibian and the American. Fantastic week so far. It's still a close race, 4 minutes in it between first and second. And with the Buff Megamo mounting their challenge on overall lead, on the overall general classification, there's still all to play for.
Just look at the visuals coming from our drone, these beautiful waters. Here's our next team, and this is our women's team. It's team 64 in our women's category as they get ready to come out and go blazing. Daniela Strader from South Africa, and she has paired up with a lastminute.com, as we know that Bianca Hoare could not make it at the last time. So really good to see her there, and she's racing with Evelyn Sulzer. Evelyn Sulzer from Austria, stepping up with just, I think, 3 days to go.
Daniel de Toy, an Epic legend, having completed the Cape Epic and 2 of the other Epic Series races, and in fact also the former gravel national champion. So multidisciplinary rider with lots of experience, enjoying the trails out in Switzerland.
Yeah, Danielle from South Africa, a young rider, just loves the marathon environment. She really knows how to ride that bike. Having a look here at the 15.5 kilometer now, we've got some updates from the course. Lilo and Kuhn, 9th on the general classification. The Giant team coming through in 31:10. We get back to chatting about Daniela, obviously recently married to Peter de Toy, a very strong rider out of South Africa, riding for the Paga Eurosteel team. And so good to see her here. She got her Epic Legend status actually in Andorra 5 weeks ago. So very, very proud of that legend status.
Watching the Belgian pair, Amai de Bakker and Christelle Ledour, heading down the trails in their campaign. Heading into the midway point of the race very soon. We've had the Queen stage already in the first stage, a baptism of fire. And we watched the riders yesterday as they headed through the trails, a beautiful loop of the region of the Graubünden region, the Engadin, and back to Le Point, and a anti-clockwise loop. And we saw the likes of Topada, Kenda absolutely charging at the end. They took the stage when they were docked an hour time penalty, but that will not dampen the enthusiasm of these riders.
Yes, the stage racing rules very, very clear, and unfortunately making an error yesterday, that's going to cost them. But remember, there's still 3 days of racing left, and they certainly have the ability to take a stage win. Sosna, a bronze medalist at the European Championships in time trial 2-3 years ago, if I'm not mistaken, so very, very capable. But this is a different terrain, isn't it, Neil?
Well, she certainly has the watts that are required to do well in a time trial, and being a mountain bike stage racer, she has the skills too. Just we see her navigating down those tricky sections, and today's time trial is not all about the watts, so it'll be interesting from a sporting point of view just to see how they do, because we know that she's got the firepower. And we look at the 15.5 kilometer in the UCI men's category. Lilo and Kuhn are on a storming day, but we're looking quite carefully at the 11-kilometer mark. That's just after the pass, after the technical section that we saw Bulls Media e-bikes covering. And Torpedo, Kenda, FSA, Rabensteiner and Casey South are fastest through that section. Second, Metallurgica Veneta, MTB Pro, Taffarel and Arias, KTM Sparta. The Samparisi brothers 23 seconds back. And we'll see the graphics in a moment, just after we cross from the women's UCI women's category. It's the Swiss rider and the German heading down the trails.
So different attack here to the start as we see Stephanie Zaho and Michaela Bars-Herold getting at it. The GPD Raid Everland powered by POC, the UCI women's category. Sosna now and Marchet, Lithuania and Italy. Topara Kenda FSA, we are on board with the Bulls Media e-bike.
And this is where the tactics are immediately evident, is that it's up to Marquette to set the pace. The Italian sets the pace on the downhill. And we can see there, these trails are not straightforward. A little bit of a moment there where Sosna had to ride past her rival. So tactical things at play, and spare a thought for not a great week for Calderon and Cortacos. These are the defending champions, the 2024 champions. Dominated the entire race. Every single stage they won. The Colombian and the Dutch woman. Dutch woman actually, interestingly enough, wears her national championship jersey. She's multiple champion but of Spain with dual citizenship. And she's very much ingrained in a Spanish team. And this tried and tested partnership, it's most likely she speaks more Spanish than Dutch, and multilingual and with a triathlon background. She is truly an international competitor. As we watch the all-Swiss pairing Barman and Stedelman next ride Santa Cruz, ready to start.
Interesting to see the line choices early on. You can almost see who has gone through and done a bit of a recce and who hasn't. You know, as a top team, you should be there early. There's nothing wrong with going and just riding that first 500 meters just to get your head in the game. We saw earlier Monica Calderon, the Colombian from the Cannondale ISB team, overshooting this corner. That's 2 or 3 seconds already in the first 100 meters. So it's just so important because you've got the nerves, you've got the adrenaline. There's so much going on in your head. You want to be just going through that process of knowing what's ahead of you.
It is absolutely a mind game, this whole thing, and it's about how you can manage your manage the racing mind and the enthusiasm at the very beginning. And even the very most experienced riders in the game, Calderon is an experienced campaigner, and even they can make mistakes.
After 2 days of racing, when the clock is 20, you are in the hands of the starters.
Watching the UCI women set off, we have Dario Linde out on the course. In fact, at the start right now at 2,300 meters, and we'll be hearing from him with a very special guest.
I'm here at the top of the Piz Bernina with Yuri Zanotti, 4-time Italian champion, cross-country Olympic rider. What are you doing up here at the start?
I'm here for altitude training, so but today I wake up and I see this scenario. I said I have to cheer these guys. It's fun. It's really fun.
So you're up here in a held altitude training, but not alone. You're together with it's not a teammate, but a good mate of you.
Whole teammate, yes, but a really good friend, Filippo Colombo. We are here to training for the next World Cup and main goal, the World Championship in Cross Montana.
Yeah, in Switzerland as well. It's just around the corner.
Yes,
hey, but come on, you're training up here. Why are you doing the Swiss Epic?
Maybe next year. Why not? We have to plan. This year I couldn't match my schedule, but for sure one time I will want to ride.
So you know the trails all around here. So some special insights for the first downhill. You told me some insights.
There's a few sharp stones around the lake, so riders be careful. Otherwise you can enjoy the trail till San Moritz and then La Punta. It's gonna be a fun ride.
Thank you very much. Have a good one. See ya at the World Championships. Grazie mille.
Ciao.
Thank you very much.
All right, Yuri Zanotti, a cross-country Olympic specialist on training camp, getting some stuff done, and so good to have him joining us here. It's so good to see the community of mountain biking always getting together, and that's one thing we talk about all the time. It's just people come to these races and they just get to see their friends, they just get to spend quality time together, and it's just such a good feel, such a good vibe, such a great community.
Great to see the support out there for the riders. And back to the UCI men's category, the riders absolutely pushing the limits. That's what time trialing is all about, pushing the limits as far as possible. And that is not good for the team, the Klimatiza team, as they are clearly pushing the limits as they're going right into the red zone when it comes to pushing around these technical corners. Sebastian Geschke just taking a tumble there. And the third placed riders on overall general classification, the Bulls Swiss team, Alessia Ney and Kim Amos, are mounting their campaign. On stage 3, they head down the trails and looking to consolidate that third place. They're still a way off the team of Buff Megamo, but they will have KMC Beach well and truly after them. They are starting after KMC Beach, so hopefully they'll get them in their sights to keep an eye on them. But there is a 1.5 minute interval between the top teams, so they'll need to be pushing really hard to get back in sight with the KMC Beach team. Bull Swiss on their way.
News from the route now, 11 kilometer Topara Kenda FSA. Casey South, Fabian Robinsteiner have gone fastest through the 11 kilometers, but they are 9 seconds up on second place. That is Samprizi brothers. So the GC 1 and 2 are fastest through the 11 kilometer checkpoint. On screen now, Janina Verst and the Rosa van Deurne, winners of the Croatia Four Islands Epic, winners in Andorra just 5 weeks ago, and here they are again, ready to go.
Rosa van Deurne in her national championship jersey. She is the former European champion. Highly prestigious and decorated athlete, and still so young, and still a long way to go in the career. The 24-year-old, as she leads the way, leads Janina Verst, the Swiss rider, on the way down. And Dario is on the line with another very special guest. We are going to be speaking to Filippo Colombo, the winner of the 2025 Absa Cape Epic, here in support of his friends and of the mountain bikers in general at the top Bernina Pass.
So I found somebody else up here. It's the winner of the Cape Epic, this year's edition, together with Nina Schurter, Filippo Colombo. Hey, that's That's why you're here. This is his team manager, you know? That's why you're here.
Yeah, exactly. We went here just because we are staying here for a training camp, and yeah, went meeting some friends, and yeah, it's always nice to be here around and watch this nice competition.
So you won the Cape Epic this year. You're here, training up here, living up here, but you're not competing at the Swiss Epic. What's going on?
Yeah, exactly. We have some big, also some very nice and big race coming up this season in the cross country, and yeah, it's racing this year's Swiss Epic was a bit difficult to match with the preparation, but yeah, as I said, we are here to enjoy the event anyway.
Good. Just Yuri Zanotti just subscribed for next year together with you.
Yeah, exactly. He didn't tell me, but yeah, it would be nice to race with him.
Okay. Hey, enjoy it up here. You know the trails around here. Any insights from you? Yuri said there are a few sharp rocks on the way down.
Exactly. We had already some flat tires down there, but yeah, no, it's a super nice stage. A good combination of technical and fast stuff, but yeah, and also some nice uphill towards the end. So yeah, for sure it's going to be super interesting today.
So today's a rest day. What's the next plan? So a few World Cups are coming, and then the World Championships.
Yeah, exactly. Gonna go straight from here to Lej for the World Cups, and then yeah, almost straight to Crans-Montana for the World Championships.
And next time we see each other, you're not wearing black anymore, you're wearing rainbow stripes. Is that a deal?
For sure, gonna love it. Yes, for sure.
Grazie mille, Filippo. Ciao. Danke vielmals.
Danke dir.
So nice chatting there with Filippo Colombo as we get into the racing now, and this drone footage coming to you, tracking the riders as they make their way down towards the lake. Vera Losa, Alexis Skada, Efficient Infinity SCB SRAM team, our leading women on the GC. They have a lead of around 4 minutes and 20 seconds. You see they've taken a totally different line to the other women's team. They've stayed to the right-hand side. That's where the men's teams went earlier on today. So tracking at the moment, looking good, looking smooth. You can see, important to leave a little gap. You need to have a gap of between 5 and 8 meters, just in case the rider in the front does make a mistake. You want to be sure that your peripheral view is strong and that you're not going to make that same mistake.
Just a bit of margin for error that you're talking about there, and it's important that if the rider in front does make a mistake, that the rider behind just has a chance to adjust and also not overshoot. Also lend some assistance as well. That's what it's all about. It's all about teamwork, and the Namibian and the American know all about that. Second at this year's ABSA Cape Epic, as the challenges mounted from Buff Megamo, 4 minutes and 20 seconds back on general classification at the start of the day. Rosa van Doorn, Janine Wust, and 14 minutes and 51 seconds back are Bull's Swiss team. Right now, Monica Calderon in front and Tessa Kortekas following. Tessa Kortekas did admit that she had a very bad first day. She doesn't like to have a stage as intense as the Queen stage on the first day. She likes to ride herself into form throughout a stage race. Well-known campaigner for stage racing and a specialist in this discipline. And definitely didn't enjoy the fact that it was an all-out effort with an intensity of racing that normally comes with its first stage, especially on the Queen stage. Said she struggled with the pace and the effort required. She did say that it's a long week. Yesterday we did expect to see them a little bit higher up in the leaderboards, but not to be. We hope to see it again. The defending champions from the 2024 race, Tessa Kortekas and Monica Calderon, Team Canadel ISB Sport.
Looking quite smooth. It looks like Monica leading it out, the Colombian. She's been strong. She hasn't had any issues so far this year, but it's a team mate that you've got to look after. And if your teammate's having a bad day, sometimes you're the hammer, sometimes you're the nail. You've got to look after each other. You've got to conserve. They've had 2 bad days, but there's still 3 stages left. And stage wins is something that these 2 women know lots about.
They'll certainly set their sights on stage wins now. They know the overall general classification is way beyond their grasp right now. And if they knew they were out of contention yesterday, it's a good chance that they would have just rested their legs and given a bit of a chance to recover from their first day, the turmoils of the first day. And today could be the day. They are strong time trialists. They are well in tune. They're a very well-tested partnership. You look down at the Palmares over the last couple of years, and Calderon and Tessa Kortekas' Palmares are identical when it comes to mountain bike stage racing. They won the 2024 SPAR Swiss Epic, the 2025 Four Islands Epic, and the final stage at the Apse Cape Epic, and of course the Andorra Epic in 2024. So the multiple national champions are heading down, both of the multiple national champions, and in fact Monica Calderon, a continental champion.
South America, just such great fans of the sport of cycling. We see it on the road, we see it in the BMX, we see it in the mountain biking, we see it across all cycling disciplines. The South Americans are absolutely crazy about mountain biking, and Monica really such a great ambassador for the South America and of course for the country of Colombia. Going past a bit of the local traffic, the cows getting out the way as the riders make their way down to those beautiful, beautiful waters.
Calderon, being a Colombian national, is quite well accustomed to altitude, coming from Colombia. And the Colombians, you talked about the South Americans, a massive culture of cycling in South America, and especially in Colombia. We've seen a Tour de France winner from Colombia, and riders in the Tour de France from as far back as the 80s when they shot to fame. And clearly just the default physical abilities of the riders coming to the fore, ability at altitude to perform, and just the physique that is just perfectly suited to cycling. And Monica Calderon is one of those riders, 38 years old, and she leads the way on the trails as we head back towards La Punt today.
Cannondale ISP now, one of the men's teams on the trails now. Look at the difference in the scenery between the women right next to the lake and now going into the forest on the uphill. Just these trails are absolutely magnificent. Year round, they're amazing. Obviously, summer versus winter gets different when the snow comes in, but year round, these trails are incredible. Look at the hikers on the trail as well. Here we have one of our leaders' jerseys. This is the great Grandmaster men. That was Barty Bucher getting out there, and they certainly continue to dominate that category.
Barty Bucher, he has the, not unique because there are two of them who have ridden all of the SPAR Swiss Epics, every single one since 2014. And Danny Schneider is the other. Barty Bucher, campaigner, the Apse Cape Epic. We've seen him, Schneider, former road professional, and great to see them out. They can't miss another year at the SPAR Swiss Epic. 15 kilometers, we have a time check. And this is where we really starts to get real when it comes to the racing, because at 15.5 kilometers, we have Lilo and Kuhn, giant factory off-road, fantastic effort from them, especially to rise above the leaders of the race on general classification, Rabensteiner and Casey South, 10 seconds back. Huber and Rudil Cortinat, a great day out for the Bulls. They are looking very good for a podium spot at least on today's stage, the time trial stage, and the experience of the Swiss rider and the French rider coming to the fore here in time trials.
Let's get across and see if we can catch up with Stefan Sam on the Bulls e-bike. Stefan, what are you seeing? What's happening?
I'm following Team 20, Ricardo and Diego. So they are pushing quite hard. We've seen some drama already with the Climatizo second team, just losing the front wheel, Sebastian, and it was in a grassy patch where the humidity hasn't gone away, so you need to always be focused. And this, I think, the time trial stage is really the most difficult because everybody is pretty much racing blind. You have no reference, you have no information whatsoever. You just know, I gotta push max to the finish, maybe check the watts, check the power meter, set a strategy, follow the strategy. This is that's some cool racing.
Some great feedback there from Stefan Sam, the samurai on the Bulls e-bike. A 3 times winner of the Apse Cape Epic, an absolute legend, pioneering Bulls media and what they do on the e-bike. I mean, I think we just take it for granted, Neil. The images we're getting here off a bike, riding behind the riders, staying out of the way, on an e-bike, no noise. I mean, it's ridiculously good, isn't it?
Yeah, all live as well. and bringing the world these pictures. And it's the best place to see it, and also great to have the experience of Stefan Sam, a racer himself at the very, very highest level, and knows all the signs to look for to tell us the full story out there on the course and how it's going.
Just watching the riders looking at their body position, nice and aggressive on the bars, out of the pedals, really putting the watts down. Two tall riders working well together, taking turns, and certainly their body language is good at the moment, isn't it? We spoke to Stefan, out of breath on the e-bike. He said these guys are really pinning it.
They certainly are pinning it. And Stefan did speak a little bit earlier about the power meters. This is on their head units, on their displays on the bike. They will have their power readouts, which is connected to the pedals or to the cranks, depending on what setup they're using. But the riders, the most important thing is each rider individually will know exactly their maximum power. They'll know their threshold, and they'll know just almost to the exact watt if they're pushing too hard, or if they need to back off a little bit, or if they need to just push on a little bit. And that is a true indicator of form, both that X factor, that nebulous thing that we all call form, and how the legs feel compared to those numbers that just don't lie. So 350 watts may feel amazing one day, and 350 watts may feel like absolute agony another. And that's what it's all about. It's all about knowing how much power you can put down, but it's also about measuring the efforts and not going too deep. So it's a combination of those two factors, of the X factor that we've been speaking about, and about that raw data, because they know that they will need to put down a certain amount of watts to be successful at the race. They'll know exactly how fast they can go, and their peak, they'll know their bodies to the absolute millimeter. So we are also able to catch a glimpse of the women's team, and we talked about the contrast of the scenery. Amazing to see the rough trails that the women are still tackling right now, just off the Bernina Pass. The men are well and truly starting in front of the women, are into the forest section of the trail and enjoying a little bit of a smoother ride of it and some wider trails. So that's what it's all about. It's about the variety, it's about the diversity of the trails that just keep it such a fascinating week out at the SPAR Swiss Epic.
So good to see the variety, and interesting. I don't know if you saw there on the men's racing about half a minute ago how different the racing is. Here you're not racing in a group, it's a time trial. You've got to watch the signage. You cannot make mistakes. The course is very well marked, but you saw that sharp right-hander. Now you saw some hikers just in front of them. Those hikers were maybe 50 meters further ahead, and these guys weren't concentrating. They could have missed that right-hand turn. So you've got to have and make sure that the rider in front is alert and he's watching the signage. The rider at the back might be taking on a bit of nutrition, might just be watching the watts, talking about the tempo and where they're at, while the rider in front is full focus and all business with regards to the route and the route choices.
And although the course is well marked, as you said, Max, it is possible to make a mistake. We saw Vera Loza and Alexa Skada making an error in yesterday's stage. And that did cost them the gap that they'd worked so hard to gain. And it was wiped out just from a simple and easy mistake. Luckily, no major damage done, but it did lose them, you could arguably say, a minute or so. And we're on the Bulls Media e-bike with Thomas Ditch, another well-known campaigner at the Absa Cape Epic. Very often the trusty backup team for Carl Platt. We're right now on the trails with him. And Thomas, are you able to hear us and tell us a little bit about what's happening on the trails right now?
Yeah, I can hear you. A really nice trail. I mean, it's not so easy because it's some parts really fast, but some rocky section where you can really be carefully. If not, you make a mistake and you can get like a flat tires or crash. And yeah, it's not hot on the course, but with the speed, it's getting hot and hotter. And what is also I had to some technical section. Sorry. No, it's really nice. I mean, we have also a headwind. What is quite difficult for some some flat section, or when you have a large track, when you have to push, the woman in front has to make the hardest job. Yeah, but anyway, it's really beautiful, and the women are riding really well, and it's really enjoyable for me.
Well, great insights out there on the trail from Thomas Dietsch as we cross to the women's masters leaders. These are the Norsgaard sisters, and they are former winners of the ABSA Cape Epic. Great to see them at the SPAR Swiss Epic. But just talking again about the word out on the trail from Thomas Dietsch, he said that the riders have a difficult task. We certainly gave him a difficult task to navigate those tricky trails while giving us the expert commentary, as we do enjoy it from the Bulls Media e-bikes. So great to hear from Thomas out on the trail, and well done on the commentary while you were tackling some of the trickiest trails of the race. As we cross back to the women, and now we're now with the men now, as we see the absolute all-out effort that the Cannondale ISB team are putting out.
Sharing the load here, taking turns on the front. We spoke about this earlier on. You want to sort of be on the front 30 seconds to a minute on the climbs, and then pull over Diego, doing really well here with Chiarini from Cannondale ISB Sport. Also back to the start line. Remember, over 3 hours of starts here on the time trial this morning, and that's because we've got 305 teams. That's 610 riders taking part in the racing, and these riders now are going through the different batches, but they will be going at 20-second intervals. So the start's a lot faster, but remember that start process will only finish later this morning. Interesting now to have a look at our first split on our UCI women at 11 kilometers. It is the team of Topara Kenda FSA, Katarina Sosna and Georgia Marchette. They went through there in 24 minutes and 41 seconds. So that's the fastest time through there at the moment. Having a look at some of the updates from the course there, you can see the 22 kilometer mark, and to give you a reflection of what's going out on that route, very impressive. We spoke about the team from Giant Factory Off-Road, and they are fastest through the 29 kilometer mark. They're ahead of Buff Megamo by 14 seconds. The Bulls team 29 seconds off. KTM Sparta powered by Bento Brakes 2, that sits off, and Fantigato 46 seconds off. So we're going to be able to bring you those updates as we move through the racing, and that will be changing all the time. It's a dynamic environment, and we're able to track the riders through each of those different points. On the 22 kilometer marker, this is the focus. We spoke about it a bit earlier. 13 seconds, Toparo Kenda FSA, Fabian Robinson and Casey South up on KTM Sparta, powered by Bento Brakes. That's the Samprisi brothers in 2, Klimatiza Orbia in 3 at the moment. Klimatiza Orbia on the general classification overall have moved from 5th to 4th place already in the GC on the road at the moment.
Well, this is so interesting, Max, because we had, if you look at a normal time trial on the road, those time checks do end up being quite linear. Maybe there's a bit of jostling for position, you could say virtual jostling for position, but generally the time gaps between the riders tend to be more or less the same and extend at more or less the same rate. But with the huge variety of the terrain and also the type of riding, the technical combined with the raw firepower that's required on these climbs, we're seeing the leaderboards jumble up quite significantly. But the Giant Factory Off-Road team, Dario Lilo and Kevin Kuhn, they've clearly earmarked the stage. The Swiss riders with the pure local knowledge, they're really using that to their advantage. With Kevin Kuhn, a former cyclocross rider, not a massively experienced rider when it comes to mountain bike stage racing, but the skills from cyclocross definitely transferring onto the mountain bike. Dario Lilo, fantastic performance from the Swiss rider. Giant Factory Off-Road look very much in charge of the stage today. Buff Megamo 14 seconds back. We expected to see good things from them. We weren't as fast down the technical section, perhaps just not taking the risks. Martin Stozek and Bart Alleman, both epic legends. The Bulls, another pairing that seemed to have earmarked the stage. Also epic legends, Huber and Rudil Cortina.
Riding now, you can see that our Bulls media team have dropped back to one of the Scott teams, and now we are chasing them as they make their way up the hill. So the Scott e-bikes, the Bulls e-bikes following the Scott team, getting a bit of tongue-tied there, Neil. But interesting to see now the work and the thinking that our e-bike riders have to do in the media teams, having to move back and forward, letting one team go, tracking them for a while, dropping back, giving us different angles. And it's just so good to see the Scott team, two of them inside the top 10 overall on the trails.
Well, a big challenge for the Bulls Media e-bikes to cover this race, because it's a time trial. It's not, we're not treated to the usual dynamic where it's a relatively straightforward dynamic to cover. We have to drop back to the riders and keep an eye on exactly how they're doing as the Klimatiser team tear past us at maximum effort. You can see from the steepness of the steepness of the climb just based on their efforts. And here now with Bieli and Fokoli compared to Huber and Rudil Kortinat, slower all the way through in the first early sections of the trail as marked here. 45-second loss on that early part is significant on such a small section of trail, and the Italian and the Swiss have their work cut out for them.
Having a look here, the comparison there between Huber and Alex Rudel Kortinat against the Italian team, giving us some sort of idea of what's happening out there on the route. Interesting, though, to see the 22-kilometer mark now. We're getting more of a picture as the race unfolds for us. The riders moving through nicely. Topara Kenda looking good as they go through the 22-kilometer mark with a lead over our team from Italy. The Samprisi brothers, Klimatuza Obia into the 3 spot now ahead of Metallurgica. Scott racing 2 in 4 as they make their way through that 22-kilometer mark. Some good speed here from the riders as they chase through the trails now. It's absolutely full gas and really trying to optimize the speed of their bicycles at every possible turn. There we go. Again, so important. We see a little bit of hesitation there. And again, that's where the backup rider, if he wasn't so close to his wheel, he would have spotted it, he would have gone left, and he would have kept that momentum. So not losing a lot of time. But if you do that 2 or 3 times, you've lost 20 seconds. You've lost 20 seconds, you can lose a place on the overall GC just like that.
And we have to remember, this is a relatively new discipline, the longhand time trial in mountain bike stage racing, and with a course as varied as this, with an early downhill section and the steep climbs to come still. It's about the teams and the riders. The smart riders will be looking at this on replay and recounting their power files and understanding just what tactics worked for them, because they'll know they need to take it. The next time this happens again, well, they'll need to know and take the learnings as to how to optimize their performance. Urs Huber and Rudil Kortinat still quickest through the 22-kilometer mark. And in 3rd spot at that time check is Torpedo Kenda FSA. The leaders on overall general classification, Fabian Ravensteiner and Casey South, passing through there at 43 minutes and 3 seconds, 13 seconds down. The Samparisis 27 seconds back.
Neil, having a quick look here at the UCI women on the 11-kilometer mark. 3rd place on the GC. The Bulls Swiss team have moved into the 1st spot. They're 4 seconds, just 4 seconds ahead of the team from Topara Kenda. But Buff Megamo now goes through, and there's a 22-second gap now. So Buff Megamo have just gone through. We can expect to see our leaders' jerseys in the women's race coming through shortly. Janina versus Rosa van Doorn go through that 11-kilometer mark in 24 minutes and 15 seconds. Let's wait and see what's happening. Here's a look now at stage 3 at 22 kilometers. Take us through that, Neil.
Well, all the riders have passed through this section here, and all the riders, we include the last team to start was Ravensteiner and South being in the yellow jersey, the Topada Kenda FSA outfit, and they were 3rd at that time check. Still very much in touch. 22 kilometers is still quite a bit to go, but and quite a lot of climbing to go still. And it looks like Ravensteiner and South have been measuring their efforts. Lilo and Kuhn are having a fantastic day out, and they're challenging the Bulls for that overall stage win. A prestigious stage to win in such an unusual stage with unusual conditions.
Those of you tuning in from all around the world, a very good morning and welcome. You are currently watching stage 3 of the 2025 SPAR Swiss Epic. It's a time trial stage, 55 kilometers of riding, 1,200 meters of climbing, 1,800 meters of descending. It's a technical time trial as the riders make their way. Mark Stutzman and Samuel Parra currently on your screen. They took the stage win yesterday and they are moving with pace. News from the 11 kilometer on the women's races that Vera Losa and Alexa Skada have gone through with a 6-second lead over Rosa van Deurne and Jonina Bush. So just 6 seconds in it at 11 Ks in the UCI women's category, Neil.
The UCI women's category is just so competitive, but we do want to see just how well Stutzman and Porra, the winners of yesterday's stage, are comparing to the fastest team so far today. Urs Huber and Cortina, they are absolutely charging. So just looking at that graphic, it was interesting to see how fast they are in comparison. And we are right now with the Bulls Meter e-bike, Stefan Sam. Stefan, are you able to hear us, and can you bring us some insights from out on the trail?
Yes, absolutely. Behind Mark Stutzman and Samuel Porra, the guys that had so much bad luck on the first stage, won yesterday in a crazy effort. And it looks like they mean also business now, like racing through the single track, almost touching wheels uphill. They form a pretty unit. And as you can hear, I need to breathe as well. They're so fast going.
Well, Stefan Sam putting the coverage first and making himself out of breath, trying to keep up. Even though he's on a powerful Bulls Media e-bike, he is still out of breath following the charging team of Klimatisa Orbia. Thank you, Stefan, for bringing us such great insights from out on the trail and watching the challenger team, you could say, the team with such bad luck on the first day. And it's not count our chickens, but yesterday they did look like they were the strongest team in the race, and the team to watch as they mount their challenge, lying 5th overall on overall general classification. That is still, they've got work cut out for them to get on the podium. That even just standing on the podium is a prestigious thing indeed. Some work to do, but it looks well within their grasp as they continue to put down the power on the trails.
Looking at that general classification on the trails, current live at the moment, we still have a lead of 5 minutes plus for Topara Kenda FSA, and that is a big deficit to catch up. And you can't eat the elephant all at once. You've got to eat it piece by piece, and so important for the team from Klimatisa Orbia just to be patient. They've got to edge out kilometer by kilometer and just take one pedal stroke at a time if they want to make any changes to the general classification over the 5 days.
Quick reminder that the Bulls team were fastest through that time check, and the Swiss rider and the French rider having a great day out. It looks like they will be challenged by the giant factory off-road team, the local riders Lilo and Kuhn. Sam Parisi's, of course, not too far off, 27 seconds. And we just don't know what's going to happen at the next time check because of the variety of the trail. There's no predictability when it comes to understanding or to thinking or to discussing who might win today's stage. There are just so many different conditions, including a very steep climb for the 40-kilometer mark. We have seen riders come through that 41-kilometer mark already, Naus and Imhoff, but still we have the top contending teams to go through. We've seen Buff Megamo pass through at 35-kilometer mark, but they're quite far down on GC, which means that they are one of the first teams with the major firepower, the first contending teams, and in fact one of the favorite teams, Aleman and Stozek. They have passed through 35-kilometer mark and clocking in at 1 hour and 17 minutes, 48 seconds. The team Buff Megamo. 29 kilometers is where we're all looking at, and having passed through that section at 29 kilometers, all the teams are through the service station number 1. Topara Kende FSA are the fastest. Giant Factory Off-Road in second place at that time check, 16 seconds back. So still very much in touch, Lilo and Kuhn. on a great day out. And Klimatiza, Orbia, Stutzman and Samuel Aporo, 21 seconds off that fast pace set by Torpedo Kende FSA, clearly measuring their efforts. The perfect time trial from Fabian Rabensteiner and Casey South so far out on the course. The Samparisis are still very much in touch. 33 seconds, such a tight race, Max, with the Bulls overall on the stage at the 29-kilometer mark. Urs Huber and Axel Rudil Kortinat 45 seconds back. So an amazing early start from the Bulls, dropping down that classification board. And now all eyes on that 35-kilometer mark. Buff Megamo have passed through there already, but Torpedo Kende FSA are on a fantastic day out, making good after yesterday's stage. They weren't the best. They were on stage 1, but Rabensteiner and Casey South are going to be have a difficult week ahead of them as they head to, this is at the 22-kilometer mark. We have already passed the 29-kilometer mark, but Casey South, Fabian Rabensteiner will get more of a challenge throughout the week from the what seems like one of the fastest teams at the race, the Klimatiza Orbia team. Stutzman, he's won the race before. Samporo too. Well, Samporo not, in fact. Samporo is looking to add this to his list of power. Didn't finish in 2025, and riding with the experienced Swiss rider Mark Stutzman.
We'll give you a look now at the graphic just as it leaves our screen, but that was of our UCI women's category, and here they are at the 11-kilometer mark. When we see a graphic like this, that means that all of the teams are through that 11-kilometer mark. You can see we spoke about it, 6 seconds between Lossa, Skada, Van Doorn and Vos. Then it's a further 22 seconds back to the Bulls team as they hold on to that third spot. Sosna and Marche 32 off the pace at the moment, and then it is the KMC team sitting in 5th as they go through there. News from the route though is that with just 55 kilometers today, our leading men have gone through the 41-kilometer mark. When we say leading men, remember they went off in a reverse start for the time trial. These won't be the fastest times through the 41-kilometer mark, but they are the first teams through the 41-kilometer mark. Neil, a guess today, maybe a little bet if we should. What do you think the finishing time is going to be today for our leading men?
Well, it's hard to tell because we saw in the early part of the course that they were going well over 30 kilometers an hour. It was a downhill section. They've got some tricky climbs to go, and it does depend on the trail surface. We haven't ourselves ridden those trails. Dario's the one that should be making this prediction, but he will know just that the variety of the surfaces is really what makes the difference. And the time trial generally on the road, you would see the riders on very good surfaces. Sometimes there are technical sections, but the route organizers on the road generally tend to leave it all out, leave the time trial circuits to determine the amount of power that the riders have. Sometimes we see technical circuits when it comes to how many turns there are, and the technically inclined riders do succeed, but it still is very much a power game when it comes to time trialing, but not in mountain bike stage racing. Montebello at 15.5 kilometers. Sosna and Marquette are the fastest through there, but still we are looking to see the best teams on overall general classification. They have yet to pass this 15.5 kilometer mark.
So just having a look at some of the stats provided in this very comprehensive rider guide that we have, it says that our leading men in the UCI category should do around 225 today, and our leading women around 240. I'm guessing they're going to go faster. I think we're going to see a 217 to a 220 in the men's race, maybe even a 215, because these guys are absolutely flying. With the rain overnight, the trails will be really, really good. They've got out, they won't be too slippery. The slippery part of the racing is done for the day, and now they're going to be hitting those trails. They'll be hard pack and they'll move in quickly, and we know that the last couple of kilometers towards the finish line are flat and fast.
Fast is the word, and I think that you're right. They're going to go particularly quickly. It's very hard to predict the exact finish time, but it looks like with the likes of the Buff Megamo team also putting really good times out on the leaderboards, and the Samparisis, but Torpedo Kende FSA, they're just so experienced and they know that it's all to play for. They need to get a little bit of revenge back on Klimatiza Orbia. But what you said earlier is exactly right. They will know absolutely nothing. They will not be getting these time checks in their ear. They don't have a team manager constantly cheering them on. it's all about just their own effort. And Ravensteiner and Casey South, they are the masters of this clearly, because so far they are the fastest out on the trails today. Tapado, Kende, FSA, 16-second advantage over their nearest rivals today at the 29-kilometer mark, Giant Factory Off-Road. Klimatisa Orbia still mounting a challenge, just over 20 seconds back. And the Samparisis, 33. And just news from the UCI women's category, Ney and Amaz have passed through the time check, fastest at 37 minutes and 3 seconds, 53 seconds ahead of Marquette and Sosna. Fantastic performance from the Bulls Swiss team. They are really riding well today. They are coming into their own throughout the week. They were in 4th on overall general classification yesterday, moving up to 3rd after the time penalty incurred for Sosna and Marquette. And they are looking to consolidate that, and they know, just with perhaps there's a bit of pressure off, they know that that podium is more or less theirs to win, or more or less theirs to gain. They have a bit of going to the stage a little bit more relaxed, knowing that their job is just a little bit easier, defending that 3rd spot on overall. Alessia Ney, Kim Amos, they are putting in a maximum effort. Hopefully for Kim Amos, relying on the local knowledge of Alessia Ney as they head through this course. And local knowledge is really what counts on today's stage, where time is absolutely of the essence. They won't be able to rely on the tactics. They won't see their rivals unless they happen to be fast enough to catch them. And that's what it's all about. It's all about making sure that they put the maximum effort, but also not blow up before the finish. The idea, as we've said many times, it's about being exhausted and emptying the tank at exactly when they cross the line and not before.
So interesting there, Buff Megamo have also now gone through the 15.5k, and they are a couple of seconds back on Ney and Ames. So Ney and Ames currently on a charge, obviously wind in their sails after realizing they're sitting on the GC 3rd place overall, and they really are putting in an incredible effort today. So well done to the Bulls Swiss team in our women's race. We see Alessia Ney, lots of experience. She is an epic legend, the Swiss rider, and really good to see them having a good day out there. Alexis Skada, Vera Losa on track at the moment, making their way through this junction, and we're going to see them come through that point shortly.
Well, momentarily almost, with the Buff Megamo team having already passed through there. Rosa van Doorn and Unita Wurst, the Buff Megamo team having a great day out, but all credit to the Bulls Swiss team. Fantastic. There we have it. They've just passed through there at the Montebello section, the 15.5 kilometer mark. Rosa and Skada are still in the green. They haven't actually passed, I beg your pardon, they haven't passed through there. They are looking 36 minutes, that's their time clock. Indeed, there we have it. Loza and Skada have passed through the time check, 36 minutes and 41 seconds. Ney and Amaz, that is 22 seconds back. Van Doorn and Wurst, 26. And quite a way off, 1 minute and 15 seconds back, Sosna and Marquette. UCI women, all to play for still, but the leaders on overall general classification are very much in charge of this stage. Alexis Skada and Vera Loza.
If you're following at home, really good to see the graphics. You saw that negative countdown on the green light on the graphics. When there's a little minus sign in front of the number, what that tells us is that is how close they are to reaching that point and how far they are up on the leaderboard or behind on the leaderboard. If it was red, then they'd be behind. So nice to see those gains. Nice to see the graphics from our crew here. And again, here, some incredible visuals. You can see that power line going through, and the pine trees all over the place, and you can see that landscape absolutely incredible. Really sheer gradients. The rivers, just cold glacial water coming down. Lots of people swimming in the rivers at midday when it's nice and hot, and certainly just such a great network of trails. They just explode all over the place. When someone told me there were 17,000 kilometers of trails in the Graubünden region, I'm like, you're absolutely kidding me, that's impossible. But Neil, you can just see why. I mean, these trails go right and left, and these riders have to be on it, otherwise they're going to miss a turn.
Certainly full gas, and they absolutely have to concentrate in every single meter of the course. There's a very big difference between time trialing and riding a traditional stage, because there is absolutely no respite when it comes to time trialing. If you're not watching exactly where the corners are and trying to go through there as fast as possible, you're also putting down maximum power. when you're riding in a group, there are just moments of respite when you can relax, when you know you're with the front runners, and you can just take a little bit of a breather, even if it's just a micro rest, they would call it. As we look at the GPS tracking of where the riders are. Obviously, they've all left at different times. They left at different time intervals. And the top 10 teams left at 90-second intervals. And they're heading down the trails back towards Le Punt. And that leaderboard, once again, at the 15.5 kilometer mark, the all-important, the most descriptive part of today's stage is this leaderboard. Loza and Skada clocking 36 minutes, 41 seconds. Ney and Ames 22 seconds back. 26 seconds back, Buff Megamo and Sosna Marquette 1:15. So those are the teams that seem to be the fastest and strongest teams out there during the week and on the stage. But Calderon and Cortacas losing over 2 minutes. 2 minutes and 9 seconds to the fast charging team of Efficient Infinity SEB SRAM.
All right, we see there in the women's field a little takeover there. One of the teams, the Bulls team, getting past that team from Titan Racing. And nice of them to just give way. Really good course etiquette there from our UCI women, showing just what it's like to respect the riders coming at you from behind you. And here we see Climatiza Orbia. Samuel Porro on the back now, taking his turn as he gets alongside Mark Stutzman. Look at the difference in cadence here. Stutzman really sitting in the saddle, putting down the watts, and Porro deciding to get onto the pedals and do a bit of dancing as he gets past them up this short little climb.
Yeah, the tactics of a time trial, almost the same kind of tactics if you were in a breakaway on your own as a team, and not giving an inch, not wasting a single second. So the difference of that is that in a time trial, over 50 kilometers, you've got to do it every single step of the way, every single kilometer. You have to be in that time trial mode and almost in a breakaway mode. And that's how the riders have to treat it. They are experienced at that, but to sustain that kind of effort and that kind of concentration that's required, that is a tall order indeed for the entire stage. Stutzman and Samuele Porro, the Italian, the experienced Italian in mountain bike stage racing, multiple stage winner of the Absa Cape Epic, and Mark Stutzman, also a campaigner at the Absa Cape Epic. Disappointed over the last results, but no doubt he'll be back for more at the pinnacle of the Epic Series, as the Climatiza Orbia team are on absolute form this year and throughout the stage. At the 35 kilometer mark, they are the fastest so far through there. We still have to wait for the top teams to reach that time check. But looking down the list, Lila and Kern 43 seconds back. Their early challenge and their early rise up the leaderboard looks like they're falling down it, and as is Huber and Rudil Kortinat, 1 minute 29. So they had a good early part of the stage. They pushed really hard on that technical section, but are moving down the leaderboard. Topada Kende FSA still have to go through that time check, but we have seen Climatiza Orbia have been through there at 1 hour and 17 minutes. Giant Factory Off-Road 43 seconds back. 35 kilometers into the stage, and Stutzman and Samuel Porro are on top of the leaderboard, with still Topada Kende and the Samparisi brothers to pass through. Metallurgica Veneta MTB Pro are not having as good a day today as they did yesterday, in 11th spot at the 29 kilometer mark.
Having a look here at Casey South and Fabian Rubinsteiner, and they moving nicely on this little, what we call a district road, I guess, and making their way on the contour, moving nicely. Interesting to see earlier the Climatiza Orbia team, Stutzman and Porro, just with that little carrot in front of them, one of the Scott teams just ahead of them, and you can see how they are slowly just eating away at the margin. It's so good in a time trial to have your eyes on a target, and that just makes you move faster, it motivates you more, and they certainly are on the hunt today.
And the riders left the start in Bernina Pass, 2,300 meters, with 90 seconds time gap between them, 90 seconds of 90-second intervals. And looking down that 35 kilometer mark, the leaderboard, in the top 5 there is actually exactly 90, top 6 there's 90 seconds between the fastest so far through that time check and the 6th place Bulls, who passed through there at 1 minute 29. So the racing is so tight, we might not actually see a catch. We very often see the catch in the time trial, but we may well not see that in this stage right now.
All right, time for me to leave the studio and make my way to the dance floor of the finish line. Neil, it's been absolutely incredible here with you today. Keep going with the action, and I cannot wait to see what happens today. Thanks for listening, and I'm going to get down to the finish line now. Neil, go get it.
Thank you, Max. It was great having you in the studio and getting the insights from the riders. You get a chance to chat to the riders on the finish line throughout the week. And that's what it's all about. We see some of the best coverage we could possibly get from the Bulls Media e-bikes, from the likes of Stefan Sam and Thomas Ditch, bringing us the best seats in the house and some of the most scenic regions of Switzerland and in the world, bringing us the world racing. And fans are absolutely spoilt with these beautiful views and these deep insights into the racing from the experts who have done it all before. 3-time winner of the Absa Cape Epic, campaigner at the Absa Cape Epic, riding in support for many years, Thomas Ditch, and knowing all about racing and knowing and having an innate understanding of the dynamics of this beautiful sport. We are with Klimateaser, Orbeyer, Mark Stutzman, Samuel Pora. Fantastic performance from them. They have passed through the 35-kilometer mark and with only 43 seconds advantage over the fast-charging Giant Factory off-road team. Buff Megamo team are way up the road. They started a little bit earlier than the other teams, being far down on general classification. Wout Alleman and Martin Stozek, they have 1.5 hours, well over 1.5 hours of racing in their legs already, the 41-kilometer mark. But all eyes on that 35-kilometer mark. We're still waiting for Topada Kenda to pass through there, and we've seen KTM Spada powered by Brenta Brakes. They've passed through. They're the second place on overall general classification, so the only team that have to pass through the 35-kilometer mark are Rabensteiner and KC South. Back with the women's category on the right-hand side in the split screen. We get a chance to see how the women are doing in the slightly different part of the course from the men. The men did start earlier today than the women, with the Topada Kenda team at the 22-kilometer mark being the fastest through there, faster than the pairing of Calderon and Corticas, over a minute quicker. But we still have to wait for Efficient Infinity, SCB SRAM, the Bulls Swiss team, who we've been following, and Buff Megamo, Rosa Van Duren and Yuli de Wurst at the 15-kilometer mark. That was the order in which we saw them, with still under a minute, under 30 seconds in fact, between them. And it's going to be a tight race in the women's category. In fact, it's more competitive than the men's category. An exciting race unfolding in the UCI women's, all racing for that orange leader jersey, the cheerleader leader jerseys that are now, we can't say they are firmly on the shoulders of Efficient Infinity SCB SRAM. 4 minutes buffer they have over the Buff Megamo team, Rosa Van Duren and Janine Wurst. And we have the time check. This is what it's all about. This is what we're racing for, and this is what we're watching as fans, is how fast the riders are going through that time check. We still have yet to see the top contending teams going through there, but Nay and Ames are having a fantastic day out. 49 minutes of racing, just under 50 minutes of racing, and they already have an advantage of 1 minute and 49 seconds over Sosna and Pinelli. They look very good for their first podium of the week on stage 3. The Bulls team, they missed out narrowly on stage 1, weren't quite as close on stage 2, but now they look well in contention for a spot on the podium. We're with Thomas Ditch out on the trails, following the Bulls team, the Bulls Swiss team, on his Bulls Media e-bike. And we are keen. Thomas, are you able to hear us and give us some insights from out on the trail behind the hard-charging Bulls team? Thomas.
Yeah, I can hear you. It's really good. The team Bull is in fire. They are pushing everywhere. They try to catch a lot of team in front, and they catch a lot of team in front. They are pushing in the downhill like full gas. They are pushing in the uphill. In every corner, they are pushing. Yeah, it's impressive by the work from the team bulls today.
Great to hear the insights of from Thomas Ditch. He'll know the body language of the riders. He knows exactly what they look like when they're full gas and what they're when they're just have a little bit of respite. But it looks like there's absolutely no respite whatsoever from the Bulls Swiss team, and they have passed through that time check at 22 kilometers 49, just under 50 minutes of racing. And Thomas, you did speak about the fact that they are going full gas. They have got their task right out in front of them today, because it is a podium spot up for grabs. They have been fantastic out on the course throughout the week, just slightly off the pace, off the podium, and today they look good to have their name in lights, and at the very least standing on the third spot of the podium, and perhaps even higher. They've been very good at on the leaderboards throughout the day, and we expect to see big things from this Bulls team. Well, we're just having a look at that time check at the 22 kilometer mark. We've just got word out on the course that the final team, the last team to leave the start hut, Efficient Infinity SCB SRAM, have passed through that time check at 22 kilometers. The team of Vera Laws and Alexa Skada are 12 seconds back from the team of Alessia Ney and Kim Amos. We sold them short a little bit, saying earlier that they were looking for a podium spot. Right now, they are well in contention for a stage win. Fantastic performance from Alessia Ney and Kim Amos on the third spot at the 22 kilometer. Still quite a bit to go in terms of racing, over 30 kilometers, but Buff Megamo are in third at 52 seconds back. Yanina Wurst and Rosa van Dorn are still looking good for a podium spot, with Topada Kende FSA not on a great day out, quite a bit back at 1 minute and 49 seconds. The team of Giorgio Marquette and Katarzyna Sosna from Topada Kende FSA. The Bulls Swiss team are absolutely on fire, and it's only fitting that the Bulls Media e-bike is following the Swiss German team as they mount their campaign on this stage. And we just heard some commentary from the Bulls Media e-bike from Thomas Ditch. One of the things that we are very conscious of is that the riders don't get to hear too much of the updates. And sometimes when we hear commentary from Thomas Ditch and from Stefan Sam, they're a little bit reticent as to say how it really is, just in case the riders hear, because the riders will be they'll be riding blind, you could say. They will have no updates, and they'll be listening to every possible clue just to how they're doing and how they're faring out on the course. But Thomas Ditch and Stefan Sam are very conscious not to give any of the riders an unfair advantage as they head through. And right now, watching the top contending teams out there on the stage. This is the now famous Samparisi brothers, Nicholas and Lorenzo, on a great day out at the 35 kilometer mark. They were only 40 seconds back, just under 40 seconds back of Topada Kende FSA. The overall leaders, the GC leaders of Fabian Rabenstein and Casey South, set a blistering pace through that 35 kilometer mark. Still not yet at the 41 kilometer mark, but the Samparisis were in third spot, 39 seconds back. Klimatiza Orbia on another great day out, not good enough yet to challenge the pairing of Rabenstein and Casey South, 25 seconds. Klimatiza Orbia had a fantastic day out yesterday. And just having a look at those comparisons, compared to Rabenstein and South. Rabenstein and South, the leaders out on the stage today on the leaderboards. The Samparisi brothers, slowest in the parts of the course where it denotes red. That's where they are slower, but more or less on par on the Montebello section as they head towards the 41 kilometer mark, where all will be told as to how they are progressing throughout the stage. 45 kilometers, 45.5 kilometers to be exact. really close to the finish. Buff Megamo team have passed through that section in 1 hour and 44 minutes and 45 seconds of racing. But all eyes are on that 41-kilometer mark, Alpe Lorette. That's when we'll be waiting to see how Topado Kenda FSA are faring. And if they're able to maintain that advantage, that 25-second advantage over Climatiza Orbia. The Samparizis, it's all about the watts right now on these wide open roads. It's about measuring the efforts, and they are not giving up a single second. Clearly, Lorenzo in the lead, leading Nicholas up the trails. Great symbiosis, as expected by these two brothers. Fantastic performance in 2024 as they mounted their campaign in 2025. Not quite as successful on day one compared to their dramatic sprint finish on the first day of the 2024 edition, putting them into the yellow jerseys. An unexpected win for all fans out there, but now they are well and truly the default favorites for the race as they mount their challenge. 39 seconds they have to make up on the Topado Kenda FSA team. The experience of Fabian Ramensteiner coming to the fore with KC South, 41 kilometers. Giant Factory Off-Road have passed through that time check as the fastest team out on the trail, still with Topado Kenda FSA and Climatiza Orbia, the first team to pass through there. The Giant Factory Off-Road, Lilo and Kevin Kuhn having a fantastic day out. KTM SPAR, the Samparizis, teammates Sinsov and Vantagatio are in the 4th spot at that section, 1 minute down. And there we have it, 35 kilometers, the Salette time check, 1 hour, 16 minutes and 57 seconds of racing. And Rabensteiner and South are 25 seconds ahead of Stutzman and Poro. Samparizzi brothers, a little way back at 39 seconds. We are looking forward to seeing just how they're going to fare at the Alpe Lorette section. And we're following with the Bulls Meter e-bike of Stefan Sam, following the Samparizzi brothers. Nicholas Samparizzi, 33 years old, 1.82 meters tall, and Lorenzo Samparizzi, slightly more diminutive, the younger rider, 31 years old, 1.73. So clearly playing to their strengths. The younger rider, perhaps lighter and perhaps stronger on the climbs, certainly been setting the pace and leading this team through the tricky course that is the time trial, the midweek time trial, and passing the halfway point in the race during today's stage. The Samparizis, fantastic record between them. Second place at the 2024 SPAR Swiss Epic, narrowly missing out on that victory, losing their leader jerseys halfway through the race, and now they are challenging for that lead. They've got to work cut out for them with the Topado Kenda FSA team in the lead and looking very much in charge with the experience of Rabensteiner and KC South. The Italians are well and truly experts in the marathon discipline of mountain biking, one-day races. They've been both on the podium in recent years in the European races, including in their national championships, and being on the podium in World Cup races, so performing at the highest level. And the Italians, we've said it before about the Italians, they are on a very high level when it comes to this discipline, from a rich culture of cycle racing. And we're looking at the women's. The Bulls team still are absolutely on fire. It's unlikely, highly unlikely, that they know just how well they're doing. They can probably feel it in their legs. They can feel the rhythm. They can feel they're on a fast day out. But they will unlikely know that they are the very best out on the course today, as we look at the time checks to keep an eye if any of the riders have passed through them. The UCI women, the time checks that we've seen so far are at the 22-kilometer mark, and we'll be looking at the 29-kilometer mark when the top teams will be passing through there.
So it looks like we've got two teams coming out towards the finish line. So nice to have these little gifts. The runners in a nice spirit and something to chase. Here we go. Let's welcome them home. Great ride today. Congratulations and well done.
And great view from the Bulls Meter e-bikes. Stefan Sam following the men. And that will be the picture we see on the left-hand side. The Samparizis and Thomas Ditch following the Bulls Swiss team. Thomas Ditch checking out the fantastically performing Bulls Swiss team out on the course. They've been off the podium all week, but this looks like it could be their day. Perhaps even that top step.
And 2:12 for the Radical T-Bikes team of Garrett, Blanche, and Mario.
After the 22-kilometer mark, just a recap on the progress that the Bulls Swiss team will make. They have a 12-second advantage so far out on the course. But right now we are with the Samparizis, and Stefan Sam is riding the Bulls Media e-bike in close attendance, giving us the best view in the house. Stefan, if you're able to hear me, tell us how the Samparizi brothers are faring today out on the course. Over to you, Stefan.
Yeah, I'm just behind the brothers now, and I have to talk a bit more quiet because it seems like they're struggling a little bit. I like to look back over my shoulder and I see the yellow jersey approaching quite quick. So there will be a coming together soon. I guess they are still fighting hard. Looks like Nicola's struggling a little bit more than Lorenzo, but we probably see in the next few minutes the yellow leader jersey closing in and passing.
Well, that's Stefan bringing us the drama of today. The Samparizis are looking over their shoulders with the Torpedo Kenda FSA team. The leaders on overall general classification, they started behind them 90 seconds back, and the Samparizis will be all too aware of that that time gap between them, the fact that they started 90 seconds back. So if they do see Torpedo Kenda FSA behind them, if they do feel them breathe down their necks, they know that Fabian Rabensteiner and Casey South will have already gained 1 minute and 30 seconds on them. So a bit of pressure on the Samparizis at the moment, and a difficult situation for them as that clock continues to run. They are still are yet to reach that time check at the 41-kilometer mark, with Lilo and Kern 1 minute and 7 seconds back. They are still waiting for the Klimatiza team to get their time check. Alaman and Stozek, also an excellent day out for them, making good throughout the week. Stutzman and Poro, clearly the fastest at that time check. The Samparizis having a difficult day out. 34 seconds back, not as bad as we expected. And likes of Stutzman and Poro, that's
Go 2:25, then by Gepper go 2:27. Welcome home, gentlemen.
Now with the Bulls Mini e-bike, this is the moment for Stefan Sam. He has to switch batteries with the amount of power that he needs to be putting out. And also with the Bulls Mini e-bike, you can hear him out of breath just to follow the leaders. And also he has the assistance of over, probably around about, he'll be able to tell us exactly how many watts assistance he does have, but over 250 watts for sure with the Bulls Mini e-bikes. And he will need to change the battery throughout the stage, and we can just see how fast that bike can go as he races to catch up with the riders, putting down maximum power. Do not try this at home. Stefan Sam is an expert mountain biker, former winner of the Absig Epic, 3 times winner of the race. And looking at that Alpine section, 41 kilometers, here it all is. This is what the racing's all about, with just over 10 kilometers to go. Still on the stage, Fabian Rabensteiner, Casey South, Torpedo Kenda FSA, top of the leaderboard so far, out on the stage after 1 hour and a half of racing. Stutzman and Poro, 40 seconds back at that time check. Samparizis, 1 minute and 14 seconds, which does mean exactly what Stefan Sam was saying, is that the Rabensteiner team, the Rabensteiner and South, are breathing down their necks. The catch could well happen before the finish. A dramatic turn of events. We didn't expect that. Such a big advantage and such huge firepower by the yellow jersey wearers. We can just see in their pedal stroke the urgency of it, how fast they're going. Casey South is going all out. Rabensteiner in front, setting the pace. Casey South, a worthy partner of the experienced Fabian Rabensteiner, multiple stage winner of the Absa Cape Epic and two-time winner of the SPAR Swiss Epic. And with the defending champions out of contention, it looks like it could be a third. That's what he's aiming for, the Italian campaigner. And just compared to the Samparisi brothers, slower on the Montebello section, but only by a second, and they're in the green all the way through. And if you add all those numbers up, it adds up to almost a minute and a half, as they will be hoping for that catch. And we don't know quite yet what Fabian Rabensteiner can see in front of him, but it's quite likely that he'll be able to sense that they are close to the Samparisi brothers. There they are. This is the catch. We have just seen the dramatic moment in the racing with Fabian Rabensteiner has caught up to the Samparisi brothers in the portage section, the section that's just too tricky to ride. And this is a linking section to the next section of the trail. And the Samparisi brothers have been caught. This is the moment of the day. And knowing that their second place on overall general classification riders have been caught, so they know, both riders know, that there is an extra minute and a half in this, with the Topada Kende FSA gaining that valuable time over their rivals. The Samparisis will be disheartened by this, but they'll know that they need to keep their heads and to continue riding. It'll be interesting to see how the race unfolds. We're going to be handing over to Dario, who's down out on the course and giving us insights on this beautiful day here in Switzerland.
Hey, come on.
Come on!
Go, go!
Come on! Let's go! Now it's going! Go, 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 go! Go, Dorian, go.
So we're here at, well, let's see, kilometer 29, just above service station number 1, and Team Bull Swiss. Alessia Naike Amos is flying down the Bernina Pass. Really perfect ride of these two girls, because Alessia Naike, she's really well known with this area. She knows every rock by its name, for sure. And now they're in the flat part, and now it's going up and down back to La Punt. Let's see what happens on the second part with Bull Swiss. Back to you, Neil.
Dario right there out in the thick of the action as we just see the Bulls Swiss team tear past the Bulls Media e-bike of Stefan, in fact not of Stefan, so I beg your pardon, it's of Thomas Ditch. Thomas Ditch is following the women's category, and these are the fastest riders, the fastest team out on the course today, and blistering through that 22-kilometer time check at 49 minutes and 53 seconds, 12 seconds ahead. Efficient Infinity, SCB SRAM, Vera Laws and Nexus Skada consolidating their efforts. They are in the overall lead. They have an over 4-minute advantage. They will not know anything about the tactics, or they won't know anything about the time checks. It's unlikely they'll have anyone giving them accurate time checks. They will have some people, some of the fans will give them an idea, but they know as experienced campaigners not to pay too much attention to those informal time checks, you could say. But Ney and Amos are having a fantastic day out. They will know that they'll feel it in their legs. They'll have a good sense of how they're doing. And Efficient Infinity ensure the SCB SRAM team, Vera Loza and Alexis Skada, they are clearly on form. This is definitely, without a doubt, their week. They arrived at the race in perfect form. Won the first stage, taking that orange Chivita leader jersey. And we look at the clock just to see how things are shaping up at the 29-kilometer mark. An important time check to get a picture of how the women's race is shaping up. We're just here at the finish, and we've just seen Buff Megamo come through Wout Alleman and Martin Stozek. So the fastest time out on the stage so far, 1 minute and 59 seconds, 1 hour, 59 minutes and 55 seconds, I beg your pardon. And they are the fastest team on the leaderboard, but still the likes of Torpedo and Giant Factory Off-Road, KTM SPAR, the Samparese brothers, the Bulls team, and the Climatiza Orbia team still have to pass through the last time check at the 50-kilometer mark. We're looking forward to seeing how the race is unfolding. 45-kilometer mark, the Torpedo Kenda team have still to pass through there, so still some way to go for the Italian and the Swiss rider, the leaders on general classification. They have passed the 41-kilometer mark and they're in the lead, 1:14. We just saw the catch, so that 1:14 is now 1:30 automatically, because that was the those were the time intervals at which they left this morning. Right at the top of the Bernina Pass, KTM spotted the Sampareses losing a minute to their rivals, and we'll be looking down that leaderboard just to see how Sampareses are doing compared to their other rivals. They know already with that catch that we saw, the dramatic catch, that Torpedo Kenda are on a fantastic day out, so their focus will change to their other rivals on overall general classification.
Yes, come on!
The UCI women, all the riders are through at that service station. That's a 29-kilometer mark, and Efficient Infinity SCB SRAM are the fastest. They've gained back that time, lost that deficit that they had. Vera Loza and Lexa Skada have a 30-second advantage over the Bulls Swiss team. Alessia Ney and Kim Ames are still having a fantastic day out. They are 31 seconds ahead of Buff Megamo out on the trails. With Vera Loza, Alexa Skada, the cream is rising to the top at the 29-kilometer mark. They are the fastest team on the day. Torpedo Kenda FSA, 1 minute and 54 down, not in contention certainly for the overall, for the stage win, not in contention for the overall general classification with their 1 hour time penalty. But if they want to get their name in lights on the podium today, they have got a lot of work to do to catch up to the Buff Megamo team, who are third so far at the time check, the latest time check. Rosa van Doorn, Universe, a minute back off Loza and Skada.
2:04 for Team 2 months, Marita Hermann Fernsteiner and Philip Raval.
We're currently with the Bulls Media e-bike of Thomas Ditch, and we hope that we will be able to cross to Thomas Ditch to give us some insights on the course as to what's happening. He is currently riding with the Buff Megamo team, covering the Buff Megamo team. And Thomas, if you can hear me, give us some insights out on the trail.
Yeah, like you can see, it's quite fast. It's some slippery section because it was raining yesterday, and it's still some water on the course. It's a part where it's really dry and a really good grip, but sometimes you have to be carefully because it's some slippery section, and especially in this type of downhill, single trail, it can be quite dangerous. But yeah, the Megamo team is managing really well the track. This track, look the speed, nice to follow. And yeah, we just crossed the first feed zone, and now we are on the course and we continue.
Well, getting the ultimate compliment from Thomas Ditch, saying that the riders in front, the Buff Megamo team of Rosa van Doorn and Universe, are looking very smooth and in control. The Swiss rider and the Dutch rider are third at the time check, a minute back off Infinity SCB SRAM, Vera Loza and Lexa Skada. The day, it looks like it's belonging to them at the 29K mark. They've passed through that already, and we will see them time check at the 35-kilometer mark. Will give us a better picture as we start getting closer and closer to La Punt. The finish is in La Punt, and that is at the 55-kilometer mark after today's stage. And They'll have a well-earned rest after a full all-out effort on today's time trial. This is the difference between a standard stage and a time trial. The obligation on any rider looking for a top performance at the race is to go absolutely all out and to empty the tank by the time they reach the finish. And just the general feeling of any team after today's stage will be one of pure exhaustion. That's the whole idea of a team time trial, and that's why it does play to the dynamic of the racing throughout the week, just how much effort the riders put in over this time trial. For most of them, it should be maximum effort, especially the ones aiming for overall general classification. This is the day to gain an advantage. If any of the teams feel like the tactics are holding them back in the racing, they'll know that today is the day that they can put down the firepower. And certainly is the case in the women's and the men's category. The women's category, in fact, even closely fought, more closely fought than the men's category. And see, the Samparisis are dicing, very much dicing with the yellow jersey wearers, hoping to take back that catch and put down the power as they head towards the finish. Seen the Klimatiza team already passed through the 50-kilometer mark, and we're waiting to see how Torpada Kende FSA are doing compared to the pairing of Mark Stutzman and Samuel Poro. Torpada Kende FSA fastest at the 45-kilometer mark with advantage over their nearest rivals. At the 50-kilometer mark, he's really close to the finish, and then we'll have a very clear idea of how much progress the team of Torpada Kende FSA are making on their rivals and mounting on the general classification campaign. 1 minute and 42 seconds of racing. They were topping that leaderboard. We're looking at the 50k mark. The time check, Klimatiza Orbia are the fastest through there, with yet still waiting for the team of Torpada Kende FSA team to come through there. The Klimatiza Orbia are the fastest so far through that time check. 50 kilometers, Mark Stutzman, Samuel Poro, 1 hour and 49 minutes of racing. 57 seconds and just under a minute. 59 seconds ahead of Dario Lillo, the local team, paired with Kevin Kuhn. Buff Megamo lying in third at that point, but still Torpada Kende FSA team have to pass through there. So they may knock down that leaderboard. Buff Megamo not quite as performing as we expected. We did cite them as the favorite team. Bart Alleman and Martin Stozek, the decorated team, and being outshined here this week so far by the team of Torpada Kende FSA. Lilo and Kern fastest at the finish so far, with the top contending teams still to go through. But we're looking at that 50k mark just to see. As soon as the team of Torpada Kende pass through, they will know. We'll have a very clear picture of how that stage result could look. Now we're down here with the Bulls Media e-bike of Stefan Sam. We saw some drama in the racing a moment ago, and let's hope that Stefan can hear us and that he'll be able to give us some insights and a quick report as to what's happening out on the trails.
Yes, we had quite a hectic situation just now. We have 3 teams together, and it's a flat section, so basically everyone is pacing the same speed. And because it's so tight, and there are also like people and cyclists on the track, and there's no drafting rule. Everybody really tries hard to not draft, but sometimes it's just impossible to avoid the rear wheel. But as you can see now, everybody leaving a proper gap, following the rules. It's all tactics that you have to also manage when you're on the limit. So incredible job from the riders.
Great to hear from Stefan Sam that what's playing out on the course, the drama that's playing out on the course And in such an unusual stage, a mountain bike time trial, a long format TT midway through the race, and how the tactics and the dynamics play out in the race. And we're going to be hearing from down on the line the fastest team, the teams in the hot seat right now. Over to you.
So on the finish line here, and what a day it was. Kevin and Dario, you've got the fastest time, 1 hour, 59 minutes and 21 seconds. Take us through your racing today.
Yeah, I think it was a bit our stage. Nice downhill in the beginning, and yeah, I think we paced really good. I cannot really push over my limits at the moment, so yeah, we chose to pace really good. The 10 minutes climb up, and then yeah, go fast in the flats.
30 seconds ahead of the Absa Cape Epic winners, Martin Stasek and Wout Alleman. That's a good time for you guys today. Dario, you must be stoked.
Yeah, for sure. It was probably not the start to the Epic that we expected or we hoped for, but yeah, we're getting better every day, and the feeling is getting better for sure. The stage today was a really good one for us, so we had to take everything that we could today, and let's see what the timing says in the end and what the next stages will bring.
Congratulations, guys. Well done.
Thanks.
Well, dramatic scenes from the course in comparison to the tranquil scenes that we're seeing in an interview where the riders are off the bike and getting a chance to talk through what they've been through. But out on the course, we are with Topada, Kende, FSA. Fabian Ramenstein and Casey South made the catch. And not only that, they made the catch to the third place on overall general classification. Metallurgica Veneta MTB Pro. Drama out for Tafarel and Arias as they are caught. And by default now, effectively they've lost 3 minutes on overall general classification, seeing the yellow jerseys pass them. Ramenstein and Casey South after 1 hour and 48 minutes and 50 seconds of racing. They passed through that time check at 1:07 ahead of Klimatiza Orbia, Mark Stutzman and Samuel Pora. But at the finish right now, the virtual lead so far, with still the major contending teams to go through their 1 hour and 59 minutes of racing. Lilo and Kuhn pairing ahead of Buff Megamo. Samparisi brothers, we've just passed them, and now we are with the yellow jersey wearers. Topada, Kende, FSA, still not able to shake the Samparisis. The Samparisis look to maintain contact for as long as they possibly can, despite the hard-charging Ravensteiner and South. The best thing that the Samparisis can do right now is stay in touch with them and minimize the damage. So far, they've lost 1.5 minutes, even though they are together. It is a time trial starting at 90-second intervals. Nicholas and Lorenzo have their work cut out for them. And just a quick look at the graphic of Ravensteiner compared to Lilo and Kuhn. So far in the hot seat, the Giant Factory Off-Road team were really quick on the first part of the course, but not losing too much time, just a handful of seconds. But Ravensteiner and South are just gaining time hand over fist, on not only on the team of Giant Factory Off-Road of Lilo and Kuhn, also of their rivals too. Klimatiza Orbia have already passed through the finish. Stutzman and Poro, their campaign for the day is done. 1 hour, 58 minutes and 29 seconds. Topada, Kende still have to pass through, but looking at that, they had significant advantage over their rivals. And we'll be hearing down on the line, getting a clear picture on how things unfolded today. And this is the moment out on the down on the line when the riders will see those the descriptive prose of the results board, and being riding almost blind all day, they will finally get confirmation of their efforts as to how they felt. And if they felt good and they see a good result at the top of the leaderboard, then they know they were right. It's very difficult to tell out there how things are going without accurate time checks, and that's the art of mountain bike stage racing, and also the art of time trialing, is being able to manage these situations, to not necessarily let that kind of thing worry, lack of knowledge worry, just to focus on their own efforts. but Mark Stutzman and his partner Samuel Poro is an experienced campaigner. Samuel Poro, it's his second try at the SPAR Swiss Epic. Exciting for him to be riding with Mark Stutzman, a former winner of the race in 2023. He'll be down on the line with Max Kluwer, who will be talking to the nearest challengers to the Topada Kende FSA team. Over to you, Max.
All right, what a day. 1:58.29. You are fastest by about 54 seconds. Samuel Poro, we saw a lot of the footage today. We saw how fast you were moving. Yesterday's result, a stage victory. Maybe you've done that again today. Tell us about the stage.
Well, it was a really nice one. I enjoyed it a lot because yesterday rain makes the trails perfect. I mean, even the weather was warm and good. On the top of the Bernina Pass was quite windy, but not that much as always. So yes, we enjoy a lot. We can work together, yeah, we didn't take too many risks in the downhill, but we know the key points, so we can manage it. And yeah, I think we can go for the podium today.
Mark, incredible day. We saw you guys working really well together. The body language, taking turns at the front, the technical, you guys were absolutely moving. How are you feeling right now on the finish line?
Yeah, I mean, we had a super stage. It was again a lot of fun with Samuele, and yeah, I think we can be really happy about today.
2 days to go. You're eating off at the time on the general classification. Have you got enough days left to get onto the top step?
That's a good question. Yeah, we take day by day, and yeah, tomorrow we fight again.
Incredible day, guys. Well done.
And we are back with the racing right now. The yellow jersey wearers, the Topada Kende FSA team. 50 kilometers into the race. They've passed through that time check, and they were the fastest. They were 1 minute and 7 seconds ahead of Climatiza Orbia, Mark Stutzman, and Samuel Poro. The Samparisi brothers, 1:31. We saw that catch. And the Giant Factory Off-Road team, we heard from them earlier on the line. Dario Lilo and Kevin Kuhn, 4th spot at that time check. So it looks highly likely that there'll be a chance, but we are right now witnessing the finish of Fabian Ravensteiner and Casey South, the yellow jersey wearers, with the Samparisis crossing the line just shortly after that. So the Samparisi brothers have limited the damage to their rivals, the leader jersey wearers, Topada Kende FSA. And shortly after that, we saw the next team pass through on overall general classification. That is a big challenge mounted by the Topada team. The Metallurgica Veneta MTB Pro team, 3rd overall, passed through the line after a difficult day out for them. So they are over 3 minutes back on the stage, and they've lost effectively 3 minutes on overall general classification to the Topada Kende FSA team. Dominant on the time trial, and definitely a big challenge, a psychological blow for their rivals, showing that on a time trial where it's really just the riders against the clock, teams against the clock, and nothing else. No tactics, nothing else, just pure firepower, skill, and the ability to pace themselves, the experience that's required. Ravensteiner and Casey South, they've proven that they are the strongest at the race. A big marker point, and definitely thrown down the gauntlet to their riders. Climatiza Orbia 2nd on the stage, Mark Stutzman and Samuel Poro, and 3rd on the stage. KTM Spider, powered by Brenta Brakes. It's the Samparisi brothers. And here they are, the final results. These are the official results. Ravensteiner and South, after an hour and 57 minutes and 15 seconds of racing. We'll need to look back at what we predicted the average speed to be, but no doubt it will be faster than we ever thought possible with Ravensteiner and South. A fantastic campaign. Stutzman and Poro have had a good day out as well. 1 minute and 14 seconds back. Moving up the leaderboards, surely we'll have a look at the general classification in just a moment. Samparisis saving the day and saving their podium spot, with Lilo and Kern in 4th, unfortunately missing out on that podium spot for them. and Buff Megamo also having a better day out than we've seen. They could be coming good throughout the week. Metallurgica, Veneta, MTB Pro have lost time today. Further time, 3 minutes and 12 seconds on the stage and on overall. And in a few seconds, 30 seconds or so, we'll be crossing down to the line with Max Kluwer. We'll be hearing from the victors of the day, Torpada Kende FSA, Fabian Rabensteiner, Casey South, and no doubt getting some insights, the full story. Over to you, Max.
Torpada Kende FSA, a 1:57.15. You are 1 minute and 15 seconds faster than anybody else, and you've extended your lead on the GC after stage 3. It doesn't get better than that.
Yeah, today was an amazing day. We immediately find a good rhythm. We worked together well, and today also my legs was much better than yesterday, so yeah, I'm super happy.
Casey, I see a big smile on your face. You seem super happy with that.
Yeah, I just heard the time, so yeah, who wouldn't be pleased?
Tell us a bit about your tactics today. How did it work out there? How was the communication?
We don't really need to talk. We sort of feel what the other guy needs. Tactic was just to be safe on the downhill, and then on the flats have a nice speed. Don't overdo it, because we were quite high up, and then in the flats just give full gas.
Fabian, take us through your lead now as on the GC. You're doing the calculations. You know you've got 2 days to go. You know these trails well. You've got Klimatiza or Bia getting better and better every day. They were second today. How are you feeling? How's the confidence? Important to stay humble and to get the work done.
Yeah, we are confident. Now we catch back the time lost yesterday quite. So yeah, we are looking forward to the next days, and yeah, we have to be concentrate all days and no mistakes. We have to do no mistakes.
Well done, gentlemen. Congratulations. An amazing day.
Thank you.
Well, we heard from the winners of the stage of the time trial that we've all been waiting to see, just how the riders are faring when they're out on their own, when it's just them against the clock. And Rabensteiner and South show that they are the very best. The leaders on overall general classification have put more time into their rivals, Stutzman and Poro. Fantastic. They're doing really well in one of the earlier sections, in fact, being the fastest. And the Samparisis consolidating their efforts. And time will tell. We'll know from the overall general classification if the efforts of Stutzman and Poro will be enough to put them up to third on overall general classification. We'll have a look at the general classification boards in a moment, but not before we hear from the Samparisi brothers down on the line with Max.
KTM spotter Nicholas Lorenzo Samprisi. Yesterday we stood in this exact same spot, and if I said to you we're going to go third in the time trial, would you have believed me?
Yes, it's fantastic. Today it's most dangerous for us, but the legs are good. Regular rhythm, all in during the flat.
Lorenzo, you hold on to second in the general classification. You look very happy.
Yeah, amazing. I'm believing. Today it's really hard for me, but I follow my bro and listen bro, and go. Stay in a row, and yes, unbelievable. It's super.
Lorenzo, tomorrow we get to dance again, stage 4, 2 more stages to go. You're consolidating your place on the general classification. We know that Klimatiza or Bia are looking good as well, but you guys really have established yourself into that second spot now.
Yes, tomorrow it's a most important stage, but now we happy for today.
Congratulations, well done.
Thank you.
And the Samparisis will be happy with their effort, and clearly that team dynamic is working between the two of them and riding as much with their heads as they are with their hearts. The KTM Spider, powered by Brenta Brakes, having a good day. Third on the stage and no doubt keeping their spot on overall general classification. We're still waiting for those official results on the overall GC, and all eyes on Klimatiza or Bia. Has it been enough? Their efforts today in second place on the stage. They were looking to unseat the team of Metallurgica Veneta MTB Pro of Taffarel and Diego Arias, the Italian and the Colombian. And we'll be seeing in just a moment the official overall general classification results to see what the shuffle has been. If there has been a shuffle in that all-important race for the Civita yellow leaders jerseys. Topata Kent FSA hold them, and they have a significant advantage, well over 6 minutes by our informal calculations. We wait for the official results, of course, but until that happens, until we see those results, we'll be following the Bulls Swiss team in the women's category. They were fastest at one of the checkpoints. The Swiss and the German pairing are cooperating beautifully, riding in perfect symbiosis, and they are onto a great rhythm. Fourth on the stage, on the first stage, narrowly missing out on a podium spot, and fourth again on the second stage. And today looks like they will be moving up and climbing up onto at least one of the steps on the podium. And at the time checks earlier, it was clear that they were very much in contention for a win today. But with the hard charging and of course the experience of pacing of Vera Loza and Lexa Skada, having done these kind of time trials before, experience means they were racing at the Absa Cape Epic this year in 2025 and got a chance to test their skills as a two-person team riding against the clock. It is a skill in itself. Out the tactics, just rider against the clock, as we see the team of Vera Loza and Lexa Skada, the leaders on overall general classification, heading through and under the bridge as they are getting closer and closer to home, closer and closer to the finish here in La Punt. Now, we've already seen the time checks at the 41-kilometer mark, and that is obviously all the men's categories have been through there. The UCI Pro Men category have been through that 41-kilometer mark, but all eyes on the women at the 35-kilometer mark. The graphics show exactly what is happening down on the course, and that is a tricky section of the course. The 35K mark is a telling marker. It's Vera Loza and Alexa Skada very much in control of the race as they head towards the finish and mounting their campaign, solidifying their lead as overall leaders in general classification in the UCI women's category. Just to look down that list on that leaderboard at the 35-kilometer mark, Vera Loza and Lexa Skada had a 2-minute and 14-second advantage over Bulls Swiss, and the Bulls Swiss team, I beg your pardon, the Buff Megamo team and the Bulls Swiss team in third at 2:29. Topata Kenda FSA holding their own with a 3-minute deficit to the Namibian and the American. And we're getting a chance to see just where the riders are out on the course by the GPS trackers. And we'll know from that that they are coming closer and closer to the finish line in La Punt. We're currently with Thomas Ditch on the Bulls Media e-bike, and he is following the leaders of the day and also the leaders on overall general classification. Efficient Infinity, SCB SRAM, Vera Loza and Lexa Skada. And hopefully Thomas can hear us. And just a quick look at the graphic before Thomas talks to us is that the team of Loza and Skada are the best throughout the way through the stage. Here's Thomas.
Yeah, the leader jersey now took past the Swiss Bulls team, and yeah, now we go to we are in the last long uphill, and then we will go back to the finish line. But it's quite impressive. They are pushing not like fast as possible, but looking for a good rhythm.
We're looking at the graphic there of Loza and Skada compared to the Bulls Swiss team. A little bit slower on the Montebello section and the Bernina section, but gaining a lot of time over the following sections. And this is the dramatic moment indeed. The catch of the third place riders on overall general classification. Vera Loza and Lexa Skada catch the Bulls Swiss team 3 minutes. So we saw at the time check at the 35 kilometer mark it was 2.5 minutes. They have gained 30 seconds since then on their campaign. So the firepower is really out there. They're obviously climbing faster than any other team in this race. Efficient Infinity, SCB SRAM are on absolute fire. Take a look at where Buff Megamar are on the course at the moment. But the Bulls Swiss team have been caught. 3 minutes, that's what the time deficit is right now. The Bulls Swiss team, they'll know they're on a good day, and but having seen that catch, it must be demoralizing, at least slightly, for the campaign of Alessia Ney and Kim Ames, using 3 minutes at this point in the race, just under 40 Ks to go. And with Buff Megama, Rosa Van Duren and Nina Wurst holding on to that second place out on the course on the leaderboards. At Topada, Kende, FSA, Katarzyna Sosna and Giorgio Marquette were 3 minutes off the pace at the 35 kilometer mark. This is what it's all about at the time trials, is how they're faring at each time check. We have regular time checks, so we're able to keep a good eye on the racing and just how each of the riders is doing. And of course, thanks to our graphics, we get a sense of the comparison between the top contending teams, just to see how varied the sections are and the strengths and weaknesses of each team. And we're still with the Bulls team, the Bulls Swiss team. And Thomas Ditch is being very careful to stay behind the Bulls Swiss team at this point so as not to interfere with the racing. He knows just by being ahead of them that can have an influence, even if it is a subtle influence on the racing, as the two of the three top teams out on the course today are almost in touch, you could say. And the Bulls Swiss team would do very well just to stay within striking distance, within at least being able to see the team of Vera Loza and Lexa Skada, so they can minimize the damage. They have already lost 3 minutes out on the course today. The third place on overall general classification, Team Bulls Swiss, will just need to stay in touch for as long as they possibly can, hang on for as long as they can, and they know that this will stand them in good stead on their campaign for a podium spot when they reach Davos. And the prize giving, this is the moment that the Samparisis were waiting for. Another spot on the podium for Nicholas and Lorenzo. In second spot, Klimatiza Orbia, fastest yesterday, second fastest today, Stutzman and Porro. Great result for them, and we'll see how they fare on the leaderboard as soon as we see the official results of overall general classification. But no doubt as to the dominant team today and throughout the week. Fabian Rabensteiner, Casey South, the national champion, the champion of Switzerland, in his resplendent in his jersey. He gets to wear it, but he won't wear it for too long because very soon he'll put that leader jersey back on, the yellow Chia Vita leader jersey, back onto his shoulders before the next stage. Having gained over 6 minutes on their rivals. That dramatic catch that we saw with the Samparisis, who were lying in second on overall general classification. The Klimatiza Orbia moving up from fifth. We know there's going to be a shuffle. We're just waiting to see. Here we go. This is it. The team of Klimatiza Orbia have indeed moved up the leaderboard. They have leapfrogged Team Metallurgica, Veneta MTB Pro, and the Scott Racing team, and they're now lying in third overall on the general classification. Rabensteiner South looking solid, 6 minutes and 34 seconds over the Samparisi brothers, and the Samparisi brothers have the Klimatiza team breathing down their necks. Lilo and Kern, a good performance from them, moving up the leaderboard, 14 minutes back, 14 minutes and 24 to be exact on general classification, but into the top 10. Fantastic result for the all-Swiss team. Giant Factory Off-Road a great day out for them.
Ladies and gentlemen, we go across now to the UCI men's category.
And this is the line, and in a moment we're going to be seeing the leader jerseys and Torpada Kende FSA. It just, that yellow just gets brighter and brighter as we reach the end of the week. It's today's Friday. Final day is on Sunday, so 2 days to go. Each day as it comes is what they say, but with 1 day closer to overall victory. Let's not speak too soon, but their spirits will no doubt be buoyed. Fabian Ravensteiner and Casey South. Back to the leaders in the UCI women's category, wearing their orange jerseys. They are on a fantastic day out. They've been fast at all the time checks and fastest at the last one, which is the one that really counts, as the team of Vera Laws, the Namibian, and Alexa Skada, Efficient Infinity SCB SRAM. We saw earlier the catch that happened when the Namibian and the American caught up to the Bulls Swiss team. Difficult moment for the Bulls Swiss team for the pairing, but they'll know that all they need to do is just consolidate their efforts, and it's clear that the Bulls Media e-bike, Thomas Ditch, has nestled in behind this team here, Efficient Infinity SCB SRAM, and following them on the course, which means one thing, and that's that the gap has grown between them and the Bulls Swiss team. We saw that the Bulls Swiss team were trying desperately to stay in touch, but that gap has now grown. The elastic has snapped, and we'll be hearing out on the course from Dario in a few seconds. As soon as he's ready, we'll get an idea of what it's like on the course. Beautiful sunny day here in Switzerland as we approach Le Punt, riding with the Bulls Media e-bike, and of course the leaders of the stage and also of the overall general classification, Vera Lose and Alexa Skada.
Come on, come on, come on. Fühlst du dich noch gut? Huh? Gibst du noch alles? Komm jetzt. Schnell mit. Let's go, 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 go. We're right in the middle of the amateurs field. They're still enjoying every uphill. So halfway done, the amateurs are having a big grin on their faces. They're chatting with each other and just having a good time. They enjoyed every moment. Come on, come on, come on. Never beat. Let's go. Hey, 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 go, 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 go. Thanks, mate. Boom! Come on, and now back to Neil. Oh, we have another one. Come on, come on. Here. Fühlst du dich gut? Ja, na. Ja, nicht mehr so gut. Komm on, ist nicht mehr so weit. Da oben rechts und dann hast du. Yeah, 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 yeah. So, it's a team event. Wir müssen zusammenbleiben. Yeah. Go, great.
Great to see Dario out on the course and doubling up as cheerleader and commentator, and no doubt appreciated highly by the riders on a difficult section of the trail. Certainly a climbing rich section of the race and the stage of the race, and being a team time trial always helps to have some words of encouragement, especially from Dario out on the course. And we are with Thomas Ditch currently with the leaders of the women's category, Efficient Infinity SCB SRAM. And we'll be following him down this beautiful trail. And if Thomas can hear me right now, we'd like to hear how the conditions of the trails have changed throughout the day. Thomas, can you tell us a little bit about how, just about the variety of the trails?
Yeah, it's right now is almost completely dry. It's and then slippery, and many places are with some corner really slippery. But yeah, good grip. Anyway, the rain from yesterday was good to put some water on the track and to make the track more slippery, more grip, with more grip.
Well, thank you, Stefan. We heard out there we're hearing out on the course from Thomas Ditch out on the Bulls Media e-bike, just talking about the trail conditions and how much of an influence the rain has had on it. We saw earlier pictures today of the exposed trails just below the Bernina Pass, as that was the start of the day at 2,305 meters to be exact. That's where the riders started, and a downhill section before heading into the valley and into the section where they'll be needing to put in the most amount of effort, where we are in the climbing section of the race. Topada, Kende, FSA in the women's category have passed through the 41-kilometer mark. Katarzyna Sosna and Georgia Marquette, they are the quickest so far, but we still have the contending teams to pass through there, including this one right here, the team of Vera Loza and Alexa Skada, the leaders of the day and the leaders of the stage as they approach the 41-kilometer mark. They've already caught the Bulls Swiss team, and striking blow to the morale of their rivals. But it looks like today's the day when they can really drive home their advantage. There are no tactics, no racing dynamics that are playing a role here. It's just purely against the clock. It's a dynamic situation where the riders will have to manage their efforts, manage their equipment, manage their nutrition, and also manage each other. Team dynamic plays a major role when it comes to this, especially in an all-out effort. If any of the riders are not quite matched to each other, it's that all-important communication that goes on, that has to go on, to make sure that the riders are not separated. They're obliged by the rules of the race to stay within 2 minutes of each other, but this team are in tune and in touch, and there is hardly any daylight between them, with Alexa Skada just setting the pace on the uphill, with Vera Loza content just to follow and watch her American rival. Vera Loza, a multiple national champion in multiple disciplines in cycling for her home nation Namibia. Alexa Skada, herself a national champion in the marathon discipline, and also crossing over to gravel. This is the modern cyclist, is the ability to be able to ride different bikes in different days of the year, throughout the year, in the packed calendar that is cycling today. And the skills do transfer. Alexa Skada is coming into her own when it comes to the SPAR Swiss Epic. She is a newbie at the race. It's her first attempt, and she's riding with Vera Loza, who has ridden 6. She's won one already, so she knows how to win one, and she also knows the bitter disappointment of not winning. She's been second before, and been second, in fact, throughout the year, and looking forward to breaking that streak that she's been talking about in the interviews early on in the week, and today, in fact, as well. She was very keen to put that behind her, and it seems like they are mounting that challenge, gaining time on their rivals. They've gained 3 minutes, over 3 minutes already just today on the Bulls Swiss team. But the team to watch, of course, is the Buff Megamo team, and we'll be keeping an eye on just the next time check as to where Buff Megamo are on the leaderboard. Now, behind the riders, behind the huge performances that these riders are putting out, is very often a professional backup squad, backup crew that support the riders, and someone with probably the most experience out of all of us in the sport is Vincent Durant, and we'll be hearing from him just in a moment, talking about the Bulls setup, and potentially, if we get a chance, to chat to him about the Bulls Media e-bikes too. On the finish line, Team Bulls expected shortly. The Masters men, Carl Platt, Kalle Freiberg. What a great day. Did you expect the leaders in the UCI men's category to go under 2 hours today?
Yeah, we were aiming for under 2 hours. I mean, it's a downhill time trial. You know, time trial is something new at the Swiss Epic, but it's something that we're used to, and we like it midweek. And normally the predicted time is a little bit slower than what the guys actually go. They really go full gas and on the limit.
Vincent, we've been getting such good footage from the live stream on the Bulls bikes, the Bull Media bike, Thomas Deitch and Stefan Sam. You guys have really refined your art there. These guys are bringing us amazing visuals, aren't they?
Yeah, we absolutely love it. I mean, the original idea was to find somebody who has credibility in the peloton, to put them on an e-bike in a crew. And so we've developed over the last 4 or 5 years, really the ability to go live and get these guys involved. And yeah, absolutely, they have the skill. A little bit older now, but so the e-bike helps a little bit, but they really do follow and love what they do, and you can really feel it on the camera.
Let's talk quickly about the 12th edition here of the SPAR Swiss Epic. You've been involved in the game a long time. You were at the first Cape Epic, I think 2004. We now step up in time a couple of years later. But it just continues to evolve, and it's so nice just to see how this community works together. Everyone for the same cause, the same purpose. There's a lot of good energy and passion here.
Yeah, it is. It has been a long time. I think the biggest advantage for us in this little community is that people sort of adapt really fast to the conditions. You know, Epic Series have always been really receptive to that, and as an organization at Bulls, we also have the same sort of thing. We kind of put systems in place to improve from race to race or week to week rather than year to year, and I think that's something that they really succeeded in, and we love the partnership with them because they are receptive to that. So change quickly.
Bulls have been around for a long time, almost a legacy with Team Bulls, how long you've been involved with the Absa Cape Epic, but now also across the Epic Series. It's such a great platform to introduce new riders into the world of cross-country marathon, but then also to have those senior statesmen like Carl Platt who can come in and really show the riders what it's all about.
Yeah, I think what we really do celebrate in marathon mountain biking is the pro-am concept, you know, the professionals racing with amateurs. Carl has been an amateur for a couple of years now. Don't think he would like me saying that too much, but he's really competitive in the pro field. And if you do the comparison now in the masters field between the professionals and the masters, they actually right up there, you know, top 15, top 20 we touch sometimes, but they have less pressure. And I think really you can see the difference between the amateur riders and the professional riders in this case. And the amateur riders love to compare themselves then on course and directly to the professionals or the guys that really can race. So it's a great community. Yeah, we love that.
We've got 43 different countries represented here, 610 athletes. What is interesting, 74% of the field are first-timers here at the Swiss Epic, and that's amazing, isn't it?
Every stage race or every race like this in the Ironman series or the Epic series tells a story. Everybody here participates for a specific reason. So, you know, our reason here is to race fast and to bring good performance. But at the back markers also, everybody lives a special dream here, and that's something that is special for the series and what we take part in, and we celebrate at the same time. You know, we always say that the suffering is the same from front to back. The suffering is the same. We just tend to suffer a little faster, so recovery is better.
It is a premium mountain biking experience, you know, just from the moment you arrive to the moment you leave, the way you're looked after, the shuttles to the hotels, the incredible food, the amazing merchandise, the partners, the communication. It really is a well-oiled machine, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a package deal, and I think that's one thing that's really important. Pro teams from different, from different categories also love to come take part in the Cape Epic or the Epic Series, and one of the reasons is because you have this package that's, duplicatable. So you always know that the whole package is there. You have good trails, you'll have good media on field, you'll have good medical support, you'll have good backup staff. So it's a package that we really enjoy taking part in and want to be part of for the future.
I know he's listening. Maybe just a quick happy birthday to Neil Gardner.
Neil Gardner, happy birthday, my man. Yeah.
Neil Gardner, the voice here on the mic, behind the scenes on the live stream. That's it, coming to you from the finish line. Next, we go to the UCI women.
Thank you, Vince. Thanks for the wishes. And we're back with the UCI women category and the leader jerseys. This is the team of Efficient Infinity, SCB SRAM, Vera Loza and Lexa Skada. After 1 hour and 52 minutes, 38 seconds, they have passed through that time check, and it's alpine. Loza and Skada have an advantage of 3 minutes and 45 seconds over Sosno and Marquette. Marquette moving up to second on that virtual leaderboard, you could say, at the time check, with Nay and Amos in third, 3:52, and Rosa van Dorn and Unita Vust slipping down a little bit, but 4 minutes and 1 second. Cannondale ISB Sport, 4 minutes and 9 seconds. So it's quite remarkable that within only a few seconds is second, third, fourth, and fifth out on the field today. But dominant are the team of Loza and Skada with over 3 minutes and 45 seconds. So looks pretty clear who could be the victor of today. And as long as, barring incident, we should be treated to another stellar performance from the team, the Namibian and the American. We just saw there might be a bit of difficulty with Alexa Skada. She just struggles to get back in touch with Vera Loza. And we're out with Thomas Ditch on the Bulls Media e-bike. And Thomas, if you can give us some insight as to what happened back there with that gap that's not creating. Thomas, are you able to hear me?
Yeah, it was some walking section, some tricky walking section, and yeah, Alexis lose a little bit of time, but nothing really important. She was more taking care about the bike and not falling. It was a bit, yeah, not dangerous, but tricky, and it was better to not be like stressy and make a mistake. But everything is in control for the two women.
Thanks, Thomas. Out on the course there with the leading women's team, with already over over 3.5 minutes advantage over Topada Kenda FSA and Bull Swiss Buff Megamo Canada Ice Speed. So all really close to each other within a few seconds, and in fact under 24 seconds is the difference between the second, third, fourth, and fifth and sixth spots, fifth place. So we've got 4 teams that are in contention for the podium, and we'll be keeping a close eye on the next time check as to how the stage will play out. Only 3 spots on the podium here, and 5 teams very much in the mix. Great performance out there with Canada ISP Sport. A better day out for Monica Calderon and Tessa Kortekos, encouraging for the Dutch rider. Both of them are epic legends and experienced campaigners. They generally do come right during the latter half of the week. It wasn't the case last year. We saw them dominate each and every single stage. Monica Calderon and Tessa Kortekos winning 5 out of 5 in 2024. They came into the race as defending champions, but their luck, it wasn't to be this year for the Canada ISP Sport team. And with Topada Kenda FSA, surely their spirits must be buoyed by the fact that their team in the men's category, UCI men's category, are wearing the yellow jerseys, and maybe taking some insights as to how to handle the pressure of the racing in at the SPAR Swiss Epic. But they're on a good day out, Topada Kenda FSA. And very soon we're going to be crossing down to the line with Max, again talking to the riders that have already come in and have already finished today's difficult stage, the team time trial.
What's your time trial today?
Perfect. We really enjoyed it. It was just beautiful. The scenery, Jules, one of my best buddies. It's perfect.
Jules from Norway, different riding conditions, similar riding conditions to what you've got back home?
Yeah, the altitude, I think, and the path, and they were really long climbs. We don't have it in Norway.
Andres, a good ride over the last 3 days. You guys stay in charge in the Grandmasters category, and it looks like you could have extended your lead. You must be happy with that.
Very happy. Now we maybe have 1 minute and 7 seconds or something. Yesterday we had only 7 seconds, so that's nothing in this race.
A lot of riders here from Norway. Maybe a message to all the Norway fans back home watching?
You just have to go here. Come here. Enjoy Swiss Epic. Yeah.
There you have it. As simple as that. Well done, guys. Congratulations. Okay.
And back with the women's leaders of the day on the leaderboards. Alexis Skada and Vera Loza have done a fantastic job today. And although in the beginning part of the race they looked like they were taking a conservative approach to the today's stage, but as it turned out, as things have revealed themselves, it's clear that they have put down the firepower where it really counts on those climbs, on those steep climbs. And earlier on the descent off the Bernina Pass, they clearly took it as conservatively as they knew how, knowing that they could make up time throughout the day. They won't have known all of the time checks, and that's what it's all about. It's all about the experience and the confidence that comes from wearing that leader jersey. And very soon again we'll be crossing down to the line, hearing from more of the riders who have finished the stage already.
On the finish line, gentlemen, an incredible race. Safari Essence in the open men. We know you guys bled through your eyeballs on day one. You came back to 4th on the GC yesterday. Today, you win the open men's category. Rousseau Becker, great ride.
Thanks so much, Max. Yeah, really happy with our ride today. I think the little bit less climbing suits us coming from South Africa and even flatter Botswana. So yeah, really happy with that.
Mark, 2 hours, 17 minutes. Did you expect that on the day? What was your guesstimate coming into the morning?
Well, yeah, we thought about 2.5 hours, but somewhere we made up some time and it was like a day. Loved the descents, and this man on the flats was absolutely hammering it. I was just holding on for dear life.
Congratulations, gentlemen. Well done.
Thanks.
Let's get it.
And we're following the team of Torpada, Kende FSA. We're on board with Stefan Sam on the Bulls Media e-bike. Stefan, if you can hear me, tell us a little bit about the racing dynamics that have played out throughout the day. You're quite far ahead of the main contending teams because Sosna and her partner Marquette started early due to their time penalty, their 1 hour time penalty. What's happening down on the course right now?
Well, I would like to give you more insights, but I just joined the women's racing just now for Team 67 Torpada. Approaching the finish line like 6 kilometers to go. They're taking turns, riding really nicely together. So, unfortunately, I can't give you more insights, but they still look strong. They started early because of yesterday's drama, but still looks like some angry racing, which is good for everybody to see.
Well, it's always great to hear from Stefan down on the course and following the top contenders in the women's category. Currently following Torpada, Kende FSA, that's Katarzyna Sosna and Giorgio Marquette. The Italian riding with the Lithuanian. And at the time checks, we see they're around about 4 minutes and 12 seconds, we can be exact. 4 minutes and 12 seconds back as we look at the GPS tracker to see where the riders are out on the course. At that time check, Efficient Infinity SCB SRAM passed through, and we still have to see the Buff Megamo team pass through there, but the Bulls Swiss team have been through there. Leslie Ney and Kim Ames, they are 3 minutes and 37 seconds back. So already they've lost 3 minutes because we did see that catch. Torpada, Kende FSA Sport, and we're 4 minutes and 12 seconds back. Cannondale ISB Sport 5:16. So although at the previous time check at the 41 kilometer mark, there were 4 teams really in contention for those spots on the podium, and now it is stretching out with the Bulls Swiss team looking really good for a spot on the podium. They're first at this year's SPAR Swiss Epic. You can see there from the graphic that although they started early, it's still many teams still to go through, or the top teams still to go through the 50 kilometer mark, but that means they are close to home. 5 Ks to go for the pairing of Sosna and Marquette. You see the Lithuanian in her national championships jersey. She is 3rd in the time trial championships in her nation, so she knows exactly how to pace herself. And you can see the two of them, the team dynamic going on perfectly. They are riding brilliantly together as they cooperate and share the load when it comes to those flat sections. Enjoying the slipstream effect is Giorgio Marquette. A powerful Lithuanian rider, really putting down the power where it counts and just gaining as much time as possible. Really, it's a full effort as a team time trial. Riders are riding 2 up against the clock with no racing dynamics. It's just all about balancing that all-important body management, the energy management, and also that team dynamic, really important in a stage like today. It's balancing power, efficiency, aerodynamics, teamwork, and with no racing tactics. This is a day to redefine the general classification, but not for this pairing here. They were in the lead coming into the stage with, one could say, a relatively slender advantage compared to the men's. They were 4 minutes and 19 seconds ahead of the nearest rivals, and today gaining over 3 minutes. They are on a great day. So huge time gaps that they are putting into their rivals. Clearly the strongest team at the race this year at the 2025 SPAR Swiss Epic. And while we look at the leaderboard and the riders passing through the leaderboard, Calderon and Kortekas are close. And the SPAR Swiss Epic is not just all about the professionals, the top professionals. It is a true pro-am event, and we get riders competing in all categories, from age categories and also mixed. And we'll be hearing in a moment from the leading mixed category riders. Currently just finished, and we're down on the line in Le Punt. Just a spectacular view, postcard picture of the Swiss Alps in the Graubünden region. Engadin and Le Punt is a fantastic base to explore these magnificent trails, highly varied trails. We have the rough and raw trails that we saw earlier, the Bernina Pass, and then down to the more smooth flowing and hand-carved trails. And it's just that variety that makes it all so worthwhile to get a true experience of alpine scenery and alpine trails. Down to the line to hear more about how the day went.
All right, here with Kimon and Anna, Squirt Cycling. First across the line today, you hold on to those beautiful green Chio Vita leaders jerseys. 2:29. Kimon, what were you thinking today? Did you think you'd go under 2:30?
Yeah, it was decent. We took no risks and kind of easy in the uphill, so just holding on to the shirt.
And a time trial, something new, something different. Was it exciting? Did you enjoy it?
Yes, I enjoy it. But for me, a longer uphill is better, but the trail downhill, it was very nice and beautiful weather.
Kimon, 3 days into the racing now, 2 stages to go. You've got a substantial lead in the race. Are you still enjoying it out there? Are you looking at the views and taking them in and enjoying the scenery?
Yeah, we're enjoying the atmosphere, the landscape. It's so beautiful, and we will enjoy the next few days as well, yeah.
Congratulations, guys. Well done.
Thank you.
And the mixed team, very often one of the more closely fought categories in the race, although to say that these days in a sport that's as evolved as mountain bike stage racing, all the categories are highly competitive, right to the Great Grandmasters category, where we see some of the some previous heroes from the sport, where they would perhaps have been racing in the Masters category. Now they are competing in the Great Grandmasters category, and I'm speaking about the likes of Barty Bucher, who is one of 2 riders to have ridden all of the SPAR Swiss Epics since 2014. And we have crossed to the women's category with the road out in front of them as they power. Alexa Skada on the front, powering away and sharing the work, sharing the slipstream effect that you get from time trial, the standard team time trial on the road. We've seen it before, but this is different. This is mountain bike stage racing. It's a long day out, and it's been about measuring their efforts. And the experience of Vera Lorza helping the SPAR Swiss Epic rookie Alexa Skada, but she's no stranger to this kind of discipline, the long format endurance discipline of cycling, switching from gravel to mountain biking for this particular race, the SPAR Swiss Epic, as she heads towards the finish, riding with her partner, her Namibian partner, Vera Lorza. Now we do see the UCI women passing through Beva at 50 kilometers, but with the catch that's already happened and the charging pace from Lorza and Skada, we're still waiting for some of the teams to pass through there at the 50 kilometer mark. We are still waiting for the Bull Swiss team and Buff Megamo to pass through there. Buff Megamo were lying 4th on the leaderboard at the 45.5 kilometer mark, with the team of Cannondale ISP Sport also in contention for a podium spot today, putting their disappointment of the first 2 days behind them. Monica Calderon, Tessa Kortekas, we caught a glimpse of them just a moment ago. The Colombian and the Dutch woman heading through that time check, 5 minutes and 21 seconds down. We're still waiting for the Bulls Swiss team to pass through Buff Megamo as we witness the vast difference in style of climbing from the Colombian, who does prefer to climb while standing up, and Tessa Kortekas choosing the seated climb position to get into a strong rhythm on this tricky section of the trail. In fact, we've said that a lot, but all of these sections of trail have been presenting their own challenges to the riders, from the raw downhill sections from the Bernina Pass to the flow trails, which require maximum concentration. Easy to be lulled into a false sense of security by the flow trails, even though it is smooth. Sometimes those corners can creep up, and it's important to take them at an appropriate pace. Nothing that costs you more time than a crash or a mechanical. Monica Calderon on the left, Tessa Kortekas on the right, as we cross to the team of Katarzyna Sosna and her partner, Italian partner, Giorgia Marquette, as they are very close to the finish. They can practically hear the announcer, they can practically hear Max Kluwer on the mic as they head towards the finish. They've passed through the 50-kilometer mark, as have Efficient Infinity, SEB SRAM, Vera Loza, Alexa Skada have passed through there. Bulls Swiss have passed through at 3 minutes and 37 seconds. Chopata Kenda were the fastest when they first reached there, but they are 4 minutes back on the pairing of Loza and Skada. And Team Cannondale Sport, 5:21. We're still waiting to hear how well Buff Megamo are faring. They have still yet to go through that time check, and we'll know in just a moment what that overall podium, how it's all shaping up. But we could predict now, barring incident, that Team Efficient Infinity, SEB SRAM, look highly likely to take the stage again. They're second out of 3, and with those last 2 remaining spots on the podium to be fought out by Bulls Swiss, Chopata Kenda FSA, ISP Sport, and the Buff Megamo team. We see the Lithuanian and the Italian rider trading positions and sharing the load, working closely with each other to gain maximum advantage in this time trial. That's what it's all about. And we've just seen the Buff Megamo team have passed through the time check at Bever, 50 kilometers, 5Ks to go. As Sosna and Marquette head into the finishing straight, they are close to the finish, and we'll see them pass the commentary booth in just a moment as they finish their challenge on stage 3. Disappointment from them yesterday after being docked an hour time penalty, but today's a great day out for them, and we'll have to wait for the last teams to cross the line to see how well they've done. But a good day for them. Absolutely job done for Sosna and Marquette. You could just see from the body language that they emptied the tank today. They put in maximum effort, hoping to make good after yesterday's disappointment. Absolutely exhausted. This is the way to ride a time trial. And just taking a second before congratulating each other on a great performance, a great day out for the Italian and the Lithuanian. And a friendly greeting from the locals. Some friends, and nothing like a good pat from a friendly dog.
Hello everybody, we're just above Samada. This is one of the last downhill of today's stage. From now on, it's just flat on the back way home. We're waiting for the riders. This is one of the fastest part probably of the course. We've seen a few riders before, and they got tempos up to more than 60 km an hour on this real steep downhill. It's totally flat, and now it runs out perfectly. Hopefully somebody will come, and then you can see the speed. I can feel it, I can feel it. Here we go, look at this speed. Yeah, shum! This is probably more than 120. Hey, Neil, they got a fine, I guess. Back to you.
Dario doing a bit of a speed check on the rider's speed trap, the human speed trap, as he is able to give us insights from the trail on this beautiful day here just outside Le Punt, as the riders are heading into Le Punt. Monica Calderon, Tessa Kortikos in the UCI women's category, as they ride towards the finish. After over 2 hours of racing, they are close to the finish. Cannondale ISB Sport, they came into the race as defending champions, and by default they would automatically be the race favorites. And after the time checks on the very first time check, in fact on stage 1, it became clear that they were not on the form that they'd seen in the previous year, in 2024, but still doing all they can to make good and to get another spot on the podium. They won 5 out of 5 last year, and this year it's all about consolidating and coming good throughout the week. That's their objective, as Calderon and Kortikos into the finishing straight and head towards the finish. They'll be at the finish line in Le Punt in just a few seconds, and no doubt be greeted by Max Klure, who will be able to have a chat to them on the line and just see how today went. The pairing of Calderon and Kortikos, the Colombian, the multiple national champion of Colombia, and Tessa Kortikos. Great team and a good result, a good day out for the Cannondale ISB Sport team.
As they come across the line, Bulls Media by Step starts just behind them. Their time today at 2:27.29. So just 1 minute and 50 moments.
And now with the Bulls Media e-bike of Thomas Ditch, he's been following the top team, the team that's been setting the best time checks in the latter half of the race, taking it conservative in the early part. Efficient Infinity, SCB SRAM, Vera Loza and Lexa Skada passed through Beva at 2 hours and 12 seconds. Beg your pardon, let me start that again. 2 hours, 12 minutes and 7 seconds. That was the time set by the fastest team so far out on the course. Bull Swiss, second fastest. Alessia Ney and Kim Ames, 3 minutes and 37 seconds. Buff Megamo also good on the day, and we'll wait to see as they cross the line just how that stage result is going to play out. Still some coveted spots on that podium, all to play for, but it looks very clear that barring incident, and we have had none so far, they haven't put a foot wrong. Efficient Infinity, SCB SRAM, Vera Loza and Skada, they ride with the supreme confidence in the lead of this year's race, this year's SPAR Swiss Epic, the 2025 edition. And Vera Loza, former winner of the race, has completed several editions, starting 6 times at the SPAR Swiss Epic. Alexa Skada, we've said it before, again, she is a rookie, but she has the best possible guide throughout this year's campaign.
So looking at our open men's category, a win of 2 minutes and 45 seconds for Sophie and Mark today.
Very close to the finish line, Efficient Infinity, SCB SRAM. They are going to be finished before the second and third and fourth place on overall general classification, because they have actually already made that catch. They gained that time on Bull Swiss. They caught up 3 minutes on Alessia Ney. As we saw earlier, that catch. And Buff Megamo's Rosa van Dorn, Unita Wurst, also a little bit on the back foot today, lying in second on general classification. They finished second. They were second on general classification. They started second last, and they will have been already caught by Efficient Infinity, SCB SRAM. And Loza and Skada are heading into the finish. We'll see them cross the line in just a moment. And Max Klure will be down to welcome them on the line. You can hear the microphone. You can hear them welcome the best team out on the stage today, and the best team in the race so far. The leader jersey wearers, Efficient Infinity, SCB SRAM, Vera Loza. They know they've done a fantastic day out because they've caught their nearest rivals. They've passed them. They can celebrate already. Don't even have to look back at the clock, because they'll have already passed the Buff Megamo team. They'll have passed the Bull Swiss team, and Alessia Ney and Kim Ames also heading through the finish right now. A great day out for the Bull Swiss team. Let's see if they can take that third spot on the podium.
Switzerland and Germany have the day of their lives on the trails. Thomas Deitch, legend across the line for the Piz Bernina team. Well done, Thomas. Thanks for all.
Well, they're celebrating already. They know that they're faster than the Torpedo Kende FSA team and faster than the Canada ISP Sport team. So they know that at least they'll have a third spot on the podium, and they will be absolutely thrilled with that result and that performance. And they deserve all the congratulations they get. And their team manager, Vincent Durant, giving them the high five. No doubt very proud of this women's team. Fantastic pairing that we've seen out, and they are certainly coming good. This is stage racing at its best, with riders riding themselves into the week, and we expect big things from them throughout the week. It'll be a difficult battle for all of the riders competing for those 3 spots on the podiums for the next 2 days. And we are back with Buff Megamo. Spare a thought of Buff Megamo. They came into the race. We thought that they were the favorites. Apart from looking at the team of Monica Calderon and Kortekos, this was the next best team on paper. Janine Wurst and Rosa van Doorn. Janine Wurst is the local rider from Switzerland, Rosa van Doorn from Holland. Holland is relatively flat, certainly relative to Switzerland and the Alps, but she's well accustomed to climbing at high altitude, and being a winner of the Andorra Epic, also another high altitude race, another Epic Series race, victorious there. So certainly accustomed to climbing and powering the pairing towards the finish. We'll be able to see just how the results will play out. The Torpedo Kende FSA will be watching closely to see if they can hold onto that third spot. They'll be watching the clock with bated breath. The Bulls Swiss, they're safe on the podium, whether it's second or third. They might not be too worried about that love second, but would be happy with third, as Rosa van Doorn and Janine Wurst head into the finishing straight. And we watch the clock just to see where they will finish on the leaderboard. All to play for the Dutchwoman and the Swiss.
Rosa van Doorn from the Netherlands team, Buff Megamo in the UCI women's category as they come towards the line to minimise the damage. They come home. Have they done enough to get on the podium today?
And indeed, we heard Max Clear on the line asking the question, have they done enough to get third on the podium? And just having a look at that time check, we have some informal, we have the unofficial results, is that Buff Megamo are fourth on the stage. They're still happy with their performance, happy with the way they've performed out there and how they've ridden, but losing out on a podium. Stage 3 sees Bull Swiss. A fantastic result for them. They are on the podium today. Job well done for Alessia Ney, Kim Ames, with the third spot going to Torpedo Kende FSA, Katarzyna Sosna and Georgia Marquette. Great result. Buff Megamo, 4 minutes and 34 seconds off the lead. Canada ISP Sport, 5 minutes and 5 seconds off the fastest time of the day. Efficient Infinity, SEB SRAM, Vera Lorza, Lexa Skada, the winners of the day. They looked like they were taking it conservatively in the early part of the race. Came good, and as the time checks, as we got through to the final time checks, it was clear that they were absolutely charging. They'd saved the best for last. They'd rolled out the carpet perfectly and measured their efforts very well, finishing on the line in 2 hours, 22 minutes and 24 seconds. The views of the finish line as riders come in from all of the categories, enjoying, or having enjoyed, another beautiful day out in the Alps. Beautiful day. We look at the blue skies. We had a little bit of rain yesterday. In fact, in Le Punt, we noticed from some of the footage that we saw, there was some hail. And here we are, the final results. Lorza and Skada, great day out after a hard charging day. The team time trial, Bull Swiss in second spot, third Torpedo Kende FSA. On the podium again, a little bit of disappointment for him that they weren't able to defend their third spot on overall podium. Those hopes are gone now with their 1 hour time penalty. Van Doorn, Wurst, they've done enough to hold on to their position. their position on overall general classification, and Calderon and Cortacas having a better day out. We expect to see more from them later in the week. And in just a moment, we'll be hearing from the winners of the day, Vera Loza and Alexa Skada.
Here we go, Efficient Infinity SCB SRAM. Alexa, what a day on the time trial today. Time trials, you never know what's going to happen, but you two put down the watts today.
Yeah, we were feeling good from the start, and I think just things lined up really well for us today. Finally, like, we're on the same page. You know, it's hard to get on the same page every day, and today everything just kind of aligned.
Vera, how did you share the load today? How did it go down there? Obviously, some proper drop today, 600 meters of drop today, but you seem to share the load quite well, and you seem to be working well together.
Yeah, it was so much fun out there. I think we were both strong on the uphills and on the downhills. I think, yeah, Alexis found a new pair of legs in her bag that had finally arrived last night. So she put me in the hurt box on a few climbs today, but yeah, just so much fun racing. And you know, you never have to look back. She's always there, or like I'm behind her, and it's just so smooth. And yeah, communication was great. The trails were great. It's just, yeah, we're so lucky to be here. Yeah.
Did you pin a time today when you started? Did you have any sort of idea? I mean, 2:22 is a remarkable time over this distance. You must be happy with that?
Yeah, no, I wasn't expecting to be this fast because the predicted time was like 2:55. So I was expecting us to be maybe a little above or below that. And so when I realized we only had like 10K to go, I was like, oh, we're going to crush that time. So that was exciting.
Vera, you're ahead after 3 stages on the general classification, but you can't count your chickens before they hatch. Anything can happen in stage racing.
Tomorrow is a proper day. We're going over the Lej da Pass tomorrow back to Davos. I know that climb too well. It's a hard one. I already prepared Alexis for it mentally. So yeah, anything can still happen. But I think we're feeling good and we're excited to still race, and we just have to keep it smooth from here on.
Orange looks good on you. Well done.
Thank you so much.
Well done.
There we have it from Efficient Infinity SCB SRAM, looking at the analysis. This is we've heard the report back, and now we look at the numbers. Loza and Skada fast in the early sections and really came good towards the end. They finished losing a couple of seconds to the Bulls Swiss team, but nothing significant. Not significant enough to even come close to challenging that dominant performance that they had out on today's stage. The team time trial proving that they are the strongest team in the race, and with challenges from Van Doorn and Wurst and Sosner and Marquette and then Ames. We'll be hearing from the Bulls, the delighted Bulls Swiss team, in just a moment.
Alicia and Kim, an incredible day today. We saw you creep up into the GC yesterday, 3rd on the GC, and today you had the time trial of your life. Tell us about your day.
Yeah, we know that today would be our day because we know it would be more downhill than uphill, and we know that we are fast in the downhill. So yesterday we made the plan and said today we want to be on the podium. Then we gave everything in the downhill and had a lot of fun, and the tactics work. We worked really good together, and then we are happy to be on the 2nd place.
Kim, we saw a lot of you on the footage today, and you two seem to be working really well together. How is this combination working? You two really seem to communicate well, and you seem to love riding your bicycle.
Yes, yeah, both really had really fun in the downhill, and Kim was riding really fast, so I could follow perfectly, and yeah, worked well together.
All right, so we got Alicia on the right, Kim on the left. Kim, tomorrow, 2 more days to go on the GC, 3rd on the GC. That's incredible. You must be so happy.
Yeah, we're really happy, and we want to keep this until Sunday, and we hope we will get this.
Very proud of you both. Well done today.
Thank you.
An impressive 2nd place for the Bulls Swiss team. Alessia Ney and Kim Ames delighted with their performance. As we look at the general classification, they are lying in 3rd, comfortably in 3rd, with Van Doorn and Wurst. The Buff Megamo team just under 10 minutes advantage over them, but super dominant in their orange jerseys. 8 minutes and 54 seconds ahead of their nearest rivals. Buff Megamo It's Lorza and Skada. Efficient Infinity SCB SRAM. After 9 hours and 48 minutes and 29 seconds of racing, this is where we are with the general classification in the women's category after 3 stages. We'll be crossing down to the third place riders in just a moment.
Katarzyna, a good day today. Any day on the podium is a good day, but you two looked really good out there today.
Yes, we'll try win, but also third place, it's good. Congrats to other girls, pushing hard, and yeah, this day it's very beautiful day because also track it's very nice.
Georgia, how was your day out there today?
Yes, my day was good. The legs was perfect, and also in downhill I'm feeling well, and the third place quite good, but we are also today on the podium, and see you tomorrow what's happening.
Well done, congratulations.
Thank you.
The Graubünden region of Switzerland, host to the 2025 SPAR Swiss Epic. Been a great host. We've seen some beautiful alpine peaks and some dramatic descents as we look at some of the final results in the other categories. We're going to show you some of the, this is the mixed category, wine, beer and rest. We saw an interview with Squirt Cycling earlier. Delighted to be here and delighted to be leading this category, the mixed category, after stage 3. And the Masters category winners of today, stage 3, the time trial, Karl Platt and Kalle Fribourg, legends of Bulls Masters. Second place, the pairing, the Swiss and French pairing, putting up a challenge, but still Karl Platt very much in control with his partner Kalle Fribourg. Grandmasters, the Norwegians, fantastic performance from them. We heard from them earlier too, as they were 1 minute and 12 seconds ahead of Danny Schneider, the last Steinbock, one of 2 last Steinbocks, riding with his partner, his Swiss partner. Danny Schneider Ride Sport will be here again, no doubt. Get a view of La Punt, where we have been hosted and where the start-finish line is. The scene of plenty of triumph, 3 days of triumph, and as we head tomorrow towards Davos after some dramatic stages out here, we're down on the line within the race village of La Punt as we enjoy the sights of the pure satisfaction of having finished yet another day at the SPAR Swiss Epic. After day 3, they know they've passed the halfway mark. They've done the Queen stage. They've done the hardest, arguably one of the hardest stages of the race. It's not as long or as hard as the Queen stage, but being a team time trial makes just it's just so much more pressure to put maximum effort in. There's no such thing as tactics, no hiding in the race against the clock. So with those boxes ticked and 2 days to go, they'll not be resting on their laurels. They will know that it's a clean run home. Back to Davos. Tomorrow is a transition stage, but they do have the Scaletta Pass to scale, and then a final and beautiful loop around Davos. Tomorrow's stage 4, La Punt to Davos. Into the wild, they call it. Stage 4 dives into Switzerland's wild alpine heart. Starting in the Swiss national parks, Val Trubschun, and rugged wildlife rich and raw is on the menu. Ride through the tranquil areas before tackling the epic Scaletta Pass. The Scaletta Pass is the highest point in the entire race, 2,606 meters, a tough climb, stunning mountain views, of course, and then a descent fast and technical to Duurborden, followed by the flowing single track through forests and meadows back to Davos. The stage is pure, powerful alpine wilderness in motion. 64 kilometers, 1,900 meters of climbing, descent of 2,050 meters. Highest point in the race, as we said, Scaletta Pass, and the highest point in the entire week. Right, back on the line, and we can see in the background just one of the services that's provided is the bike wash. So riders will finish the stage and have a full service as they conclude. They'll have a bite to eat and have their bikes washed and enjoy the atmosphere, soak it all up. And soaking it all up are those who are waiting at the podium for the presentation of the women's category. The UCI women's category will be collecting their prizes, and this will be the moment that certainly the Bulls Swiss team have been waiting for as they line up, absolutely delighted with their performance and with the fact that they get to stand on the podium with some of the world's best mountain bikers. Here they all are. This is Lithuanian and the Italian rider. Great pairing for these this team, Torpedo Kende FSA. Fantastic day out for the Bulls Swiss team of Alessia Ney and Kim Ames, as they're just smiling all around as they get a chance to stand on the prestigious podium at the 2025 edition of the race, stage 3, and one of the most important stages. But those riders over there, they absolutely deserve all the congratulations they've been receiving. It was a dominant performance from Vera Lorza and Alexis Skada.
Thank you very much.
Multicolored display of jerseys out on the podium today. The National Championships jersey of Lithuania and the Continental Championships, the African Continental Championships on jersey on Vera Lorza. But in just a moment, we'll be seeing Vera Lorza and Alexis Skada pulling on those orange Civita leader jerseys, which of course supersede any other jersey that any rider has been awarded throughout the season. At a stage race, that leader jersey takes precedence, and so it should. Today's ride was no mean feat for the pairing. The American and the Namibian deservedly stand on the podium. They have cemented that top spot on overall general classification and extended their lead and look dominant going into stage 4.
What a day of racing. Congratulations and well done.
Well, it's been a pleasure to bring you this race, this exciting stage 3, and it was a team time trial. We're done now. The 2025 SPAR Swiss Epic was a high altitude battle against the clock from the Bernina Pass to Le Punt. It was precision and pacing, and the GC has been shaken up, and the race heads into the next stage with everything to play for. Join us tomorrow as the adventure through the Graubünden region and the Swiss Alps continue.